Chapter 2776, 1 verses 60. Chapter 2776, 1 verses 60. What's going on with this Estones? H.I. plussing aura? This seems like it's all the auras of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. How many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses there needs to be before they can give off such terrifying power? It's the direction of the Martial Secure branch. Something big must have happened. One figure after another stood in the air, glaring like ravening tigers. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses gathering together, the imposing momentum was surging. This was a grand event that had never happened on the rain-clear continent. The impact was clear at a glance. This imposing, surging momentum spread extremely far and wide, causing countless powerhouses to be shocked. Each and every one of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens' eyes went wide. When were there so many Saint Sovereign Heavens on the rain-clear continent, competing in numbers? Hoo-hoo! I'm really not afraid that you're competing in numbers. Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li Chongqing's expression was ugly to the extreme. He had secretly operated in the rain-clear continent for more than 10,000 years and merely Asisu, mulat this much resources, who knew that Yi Yuan actually created 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens in a short 100+ years. A Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Was this fellow still human? What was even more Nabal was that this guy just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each of his subordinates had looks of despair on their faces. That expression was incredibly similar to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples back then. Every dog had its day. This time, it was their turn to despair. Including Yi Yuan, there were 61 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This was nearly 4 times as many as the Pill Alliance. Wake loud, why are you rebelling? What Yi Yuan can give you, this Exalt can give you as well. Withdraw now. This Exalt can swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely assist you in stepping into Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. Li Chongqing looked toward Saint Exalt Wakeloud and shouted fiercely. He could tell that these Saint Sovereign Heavens were ped together, completely different from those he groomed. Ping together meant that they were not of one heart. Therefore, as long as he made the other party disintegrate on their own, then there would be nothing to worry about. Saint Exalt Wakeloud looked at Li Chongqing and could not help laughing as he said, Li Chongqing, your head isn't spoiled, right? These few years, you rear us Saint Sovereign Heavens in pens like pigs. Do you really think that we can't tell? That's right. You're a grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. But now, Yi Yuan stepped into Saint Exalt Heaven and is similarly a grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Why should this Exalt work for you? Saint Exalt Purple Sun sneered and said, Li Chongqing, put away these ulterior motives. We aren't 3-year-old children. How can we change our minds because of one sentence from you? Moreover, you take a look at this sky filled with Saint Exalt Heavens. Do you really think that you're stronger than Yi Yuan? These Saint Sovereign Heavens did not buy Li Chongqing's promise at all. Every word uttered also had the heart. Li Chongqing's face turned pitch black from listening. This was seriously too unexpected. He was completely unprepared. Who could have thought that so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could actually appear on this resource-poor, rain-clear continent? Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing and said with a cold smile, Li Chongqing, stop wasting your energy. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You possess powerful strength, but want to enslave the rain-clear continent. At this point, you still want to make them stand on your side? I've already made an agreement with all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens. After destroying the Pill Alliance, I'll re-establish the Pill Pavilion and pass down the Tao teachings, letting everyone get the benefits of Alchemy Tao. Alchemy Tao is the king's way. It should benefit the world and not become a tool to satisfy your ambitions. Moreover, in terms of alchemy, Tao, I've already completely Serpa. Said you. When transcending the tribulation earlier, Li Changxing took quite a few grade 5 heavenly pills too. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. Although the quality of those heavenly pills was decent, it was as easy as blowing off dust for the present Yi Yuan to refine that quality of heavenly pills. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, although he was unable to refine true grade heavenly pills for the time being. 9th grade heavenly pills were not far beyond reach for him. Meanwhile, Li Changxing was at the very most just the strength of 7th or 8th grade too. Ha ha ha! Li Changxing suddenly burst out laughing and said, "You aboriginals, do you really think that after breaking through to Saint Exalt Heaven, you're this Exalt's match? This Exalt's background is big until you all can imagine it. Even 17 versus 61. Do you all really think that this Exalt has no chance of winning anymore?" After he was done talking, Li Changxing's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Around him, 2 power of rules fused into one, gradually condensing into a small golden sword. This small sword was identical with the Lichang sword. Great Tao transformation, 4th form. The faces of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present indeed changed. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven who comprehended great Tao transformation was no joke. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. It's not 17 versus 61. It's 1 versus 60. Big Yellow, I'll leave this guy to you all. Regarding the others, I alone will suffice." Li Changxing's expression changed wildly, and at this moment, Yi Yuan had already moved. It was only to see his figure sway, a compact to the extreme sword light, chopped towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, only feeling that this sword was simply unavoidable, too strong. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was simply fearsome until it made people's hair stand on end. Without the slightest surprise, Zhao Jian was directly split in half by this sword. Zhao Ding was dead. Li Changxing was greatly enraged and was just about to make a move when Big Yellow had already arrived. If these 60 people were all lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Changxing naturally would not be afraid. But unfortunately, there was still Big Yellow and Bull Demon, this kind of powerful Saint Exalt powerhouses. Especially Big Yellow, he killed his way into the top 1,000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's cultivation room. Being able to reach this level, Big Yellow was not the least bit inferior to the hegemon level Holy Land's Li Changxing. No, one should say that he had already Serpa said Li Changxing by a lot, because the Labyrinth Divine Palace's might was far from what a measly little extreme medicine sect could compare to. Therefore, he was equipped with the ability to jump realms and do battle too. In addition, Li Changxing was implicated by Li Changxing and suffered more than 10 bolts of Tao tribulation. At this time, he was already seriously injured. With 60 fighting one, it could not be described. At the same time Big Yellow made a move, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Wakecloud, and the rest of the powerhouses also took action one after another. Saint Exalt Wakecloud, these people already broke through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with each person having a grand mistreasure, their combat power was not weak. With 60 people attacking at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. Li Changxing only felt surges of power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, smash towards him. He wanted to run, but Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was truly boundlessly coquettish. He had nowhere to run at all. Boom! Forcefully taking a hit, Li Changxing was directly slammed, flying out. Then one big move after another greeted him. Those powerhouses who were brought in from everywhere could not breathe for a long time when they saw this terrifying scene. Too strong, with 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens targeting one person at the same time. Even if you had exceedingly formidable means, what could you do? This scene is truly unforgettable. 60 Saint Exalts. This picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to look away. Gang fight, it looks satisfying. This scene is much more enjoyable than whatever powerhouses exchanging moves. Seeing Li Changsheng getting pummeled. Each and every one of these people, they were incredibly excited. Chapter 2777. Sacrificing one's life to save others. Chapter 2777. Sacrificing one's life to save others. Above the void, sword images permeated. Yi Yuan's one sword formation trapped 16 powerhouses. 8 legions war generals. Their strength was even a level stronger than that Zhao Ding. Adding in the remaining branches alliance chiefs. This group of people's strength was not weak. If it was a melee, Yi Yuan's side would definitely have a lot of casualties, especially the 8 legions war generals. The 8 people seemed to be of one body, advancing and retreating together. Their combat power was not the slightest bit weaker than an upper saint sovereign heaven too. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan borrowed the sword formation and arrived not far from an alliance chief. Suddenly he shouted and executed the origin divinity attack on him. That alliance chief's figure turned sluggish, and he was immediately pierced through by more than a dozen transformed swords. The dead body fell with a loud bang. After breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence skyrocketed in strength and already reached peak middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if the other party cultivated the Vajradharma body, it was difficult to withstand too. Having Yi Yuan get close to you was a one-way road that led to death. With Yi Yuan's current origin divinity strength, he could execute origin divinity attack within 500 feet. Coupled with an extremely fast movement technique, killing Saint Sovereign Heavens was not considered very hard to him. Like chopping and dicing vegetables, the remaining 8 alliance chiefs were killed off by Yi Yuan very soon. However, the 8 legions war generals were extremely powerful. Although they were being suppressed, they could barely manage to withstand the power of the sword formation. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan launched an origin divinity attack against one of them. Suddenly, his expression changed, feeling that his origin divinity ran into a wall and actually suffered a backlash. A puppet? These 8 people's origin divinities actually linked up as one. When you launch an origin divinity attack against one of them, it's equivalent to facing 8 people at the same time. This guy's means are indeed extraordinary. Suffering a hidden loss, it made Yi Yuan even more sure of Li Changxing's origins. However, not being able to use origin divinity attacks was fine too. Just using the all-encompass Sing sword formation, Yi Yuan could eradicate the 8 people too. It just took more time, that was all. On the other side, Li Changxing fought one against 60, being beaten until he spewed 3 liters of blood. Especially Big Yellow's coquettish hoof. It simply came and went like a shadow, almost impossible to resist. Everyone said that it was hard for 2 fists to fight 4 hands, unless one was strong until they could instantly kill those in the same rank. Otherwise, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, they could only take a beating. However, Li Changsheng was formidable too. In front of the attacks that made mountains cry out and the seas howl, he actually managed to hold on. Ah, you bunch of aboriginals. This exalt definitely won't let you all off. Want to kill this exalt, then die together. Explode for me. Explode. Explode. Suddenly, Li Changxing roared wildly. A terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse change one after another. The auras on the 8 legions war generals became extremely unstable. Their bodies started inflating all of a sudden like balloons being pumped with air. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, an extremely dangerous feeling assaulting him. These guys were going to self-detonate. Quickly spread out. Yi Yuan roared wildly at the sky, his figure instantly disappearing. The 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses scattered and fled in all directions virtually at once. However, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 8 legions war generals exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an additional sun above the sky. A terrifying to the extreme energy filled every region of SPAC. There was no way of dodging at all. This energy undulation was enough to blow a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, to death too. Furthermore, it was an indiscriminate attack. D.A.M. and it. C can't escape it. The faces of those Saint Sovereign Heavens were full of despair. Everything happened too suddenly. They had no chance to escape at all. While right at this time, a giant mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking everyone's figures. Boom! The intense explosion directly blasted the giant mountain away. A terrifying air billow blew everyone away. Hooah! Yi Yuan directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, his figure whirling away into the distance like a kite with a broken strength. Li Changxing suffered the aftermath of the shock too and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha! Fool! To actually help this bunch of trash block the disaster, bearing most of the explosion himself. This exalt is leaving. Boy, I'll definitely seek revenge for this enmity." After he was done talking, Li Changxing's figure flashed, and he directly escaped into the void. If Yi Yuan really wanted to leave, he could have left. But at that moment just now, Yi Yuan used the Myriad Realms Mountain and blocked most of the explosion's power. Otherwise, at least half of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present or more would probably have to die. Master Yi. Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, chasing after Yi Yuan in haste. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure flashed and he disappeared. Big Yellow's expression changed again. Yi Yuan went to pursuit. That explosion just now. Yi Yuan's injuries must be extremely severe. He actually disregarded his injuries and chased after Li Changxing. There was no one who could keep up with Yi Yuan's speed here. They could only passively watch the two people disappear. Looking in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared, Saint Exalt Wakeloud sighed and said, "Younger brother, Yi is righteous." Just now, he was closest to the center of the explosion. If not for Yi Yuan tanking most of the attack, he would have long died. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries. Everyone nodded one after another, agreeing greatly with Wakeloud's words. People were all selfish. Yi Yuan's heart to seek revenge was stronger than anyone. If he escaped by himself just now, then go chase after Li Changxing, he would be able to face the opponent with his strongest combat power. But he chose to save everyone. At the moment of life and death, Yi Yuan could make such a decision. This was absolutely not what everyone could make. At this moment, Yi Yuan used his actions and filled everyone with admiration. However, they were also powerless to help Yi Yuan with anything anymore. Although none of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present died, the explosion earlier made them all sustain extremely serious injuries. I hope that younger brother Yi can succeed in taking revenge. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a sigh. They knew that if they did not kill Li Changxing this time, they probably would not be able to kill him any more again. A grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. If he was at his peak state, even if it was Yi Yuan, this heaven-defying existence, it was impossible to be his match too. On the other side, Yi Yuan chased after with all his strength while coughing blood. His injuries were too severe. Even his consciousness was somewhat blurry already. He used up all the heavenly imperial pills previously. Now, he could only rely on his willpower to hold on. But he understood that this was the one and only chance. Letting Li Changxing go, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. The explosion earlier, Li Changxing suffered the aftermath too. Right now, he was very miserable too. The two people, one in the front and one behind, their speed was quick to the extreme. Li Changxing was currently fleeing at high speed when suddenly his expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "This boy actually still chased after me. Humph. This aura is faintly discernible. He is already someone who's about to die, and he actually still dares to chase after." You really think that this exalt can't kill you? Although he said so, Li Changxing did not dare to stop. There were still many saint, sovereign heaven powerhouses at the back. If he was intercepted, he would really be dead for sure. He could feel that Yi Yuan's aura was very weak. Clearly, the explosion earlier caused immense harm to Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged it out, Yi Yuan might just die himself. Chapter 2778. I Have a Sword. Chapter 2778. I Have a Sword. How can he be so fast? He did not escape very far when Li Changxing discovered something amiss. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan would be able to catch up to him before long. Suddenly, Li Changxing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. This boy gained enlightenment when he broke through? 9 laws Tao tribulation. The power was naturally extremely terrifying. Using 9 chances to die, and 1 chance to live to describe it was not overboard too. But once the tribulation was successfully overcome, the benefits obtained would naturally be huge too. The more rules that descended, the closer the tribulation taker would be to heavenly Tao, and naturally the greater the inspiration too. When Yi Yuan was breaking through, his spatial rule comprehension was the deepest, directly reaching the 5th level. Li Changxing secretly cussed. Too monstrous. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a mortal malady. Take your life while you're ill. Since you dare to come, then this exalt will send you off. Li Changxing made his resolve and suddenly stopped his figure. The moment he stopped, Yi Yuan caught up in a few breaths. When Li Changxing saw Yi Yuan, his heart immediately calmed down. The current Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, his breathing slightly weak. He was still coughing blood nonstop. Clearly, the 8 legions where General's self-detonation earlier caused tremendous damage to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, with how dreadful you look. You also want to come and kill me? Li Changxing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changxing coldly and said in a solemn voice, Today you must die. Li Changxing was indifferent and could not help laughing as he said, You're only left with half a life now, and yet you're actually still putting sham courage here. Yi Yuan held the dragon spring sword in his hand and said with a pant, I have a sword. It's enough to kill you. The current Yi Yuan virtually could not even stand firm anymore, seeming like he might fall down at any moment. But his gaze was incomparably firm. Not killing Li Changxing, he swore not to return. Li Changxing scoffed and said, With just that sword formation of yours? It's very strong, but don't you forget, no matter how injured this exalt is, I'm also a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Forget it, since you came to seek death. Then this exalt will send you off. But Yi Yuan ignored him, because he could no longer afford to drag it on. The dragon spring sword in his hand was gently released, turning into nothingness. Then the All-Encompass, Sing Sacred Tree, started growing all the way until grand completion 4th form. In the breakthrough, previously, Yi Yuan only had spatial rule that broke through to the 5th level. The other 2 Taoists did not break through. Therefore, his great Tao transformation was still the 4th form. When Li Changxing saw the situation, he could not help laughing and said, I was wondering what trump card you have. It turns out that it's this sword formation. 3 laws transformation. Grand completion 4th form. It's indeed very strong. But using it to kill me, it's still insufficient. He was naturally aware of the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation. Previously, he used this sword formation and trapped 16 Saint Sovereign Heavens. There were even the 8 legions war generals among them. By relying on this sword formation, if Yi Yuan was at his peak state, he would indeed have the capability to fight with him. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current state, he could grind him down till death too. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him, the last divine essence in his body Gus. Plussing out. All-Encompass, Sing Sacred Tree, sort of heaven killing condense. At this time the All-Encompass, S. Sing's sacred tree did not transform into a sword formation, but the entire trunk condensed into an enormous sword, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. When Li Changxing saw this scene, his pupils constricted. This condensed long sword had an awe-inspiring sword energy. The sword intent it exuded rose straight to the firmament. Extremely far away, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens felt this Astones. Plusing sword energy too. What a strong sword energy. This seems like it's Yi Yuan's sword energy. We can even feel it from such a distance. It's too terrifying. Sword intent soaring to the sky, rising straight to the firmament. Is this sword going to poke a hole in the sky? Each and every one of these Saint Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright. It was truly that this sword was too terrifying. When the two people left earlier, they had to at least escape more than several hundred miles away too. This Astones. Plusing sword intent could actually spread so far. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Currently, countless powerhouses felt this terrifying sword intent. The rain-clear continent was in an uproar, sword energy spanning obstructed for 100,000 miles. One sword light making 19 continents feel a chill. It was talking about Yi Yuan's current sword. This was also Yi Yuan's greatest killing move. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, all in Compa. Sing's sacred tree had always condensed transformed swords from leaves, but he had never utilized the trunk before. This was his ultimate move, and also a move that bet his future. The sword's name, Heaven Killing, was more than just talk. This move could virtually leapfrog realms to kill the enemy. It was too heaven-defying. After he cultivated to an extremely high realm, he might really be able to actually poke a hole in the sky. And once this move was unleashed, his Dao would also trigger the wrath of heavenly Dao, thus shattering his Dao. Once this move was unleashed, the All-Incompa, Sing's sacred tree would be annihilated. So, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan would not use this move. But currently, he could not care less about it anymore. Li Changsheng, who was opposite of him, was still mocking Yi Yuan a moment ago. But at this time, his expression changed wildly. This sword, forget about him right now. Even at his peak state, he could not receive it too. Too horrifying. Before the sword was unsheathed, he already felt that his body was about to be sliced into countless pieces. Lunatic, you're a complete and utter madman. Using this move, your Dao will completely crumble. Li Changsheng screamed shrilly. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, so what? Sect Master, this Yi will repay the martial secure, heavenly sect with this sword today. Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. Finished saying, he used the last bit of his strength and unleashed the sword of Heaven Killing. Swiss. Plus the sword light flashed past. Li Changxing's body was directly sliced into countless pieces without even having time to scream out. To this sword, Li Changxing was merely an ant. After Yi Yuan unleashed this sword, his entire person fell down, without the slightest strength in his entire body anymore. Li Changxing was already dead, but the sword of Heaven Killing was not extinguished, but flew straight toward the sky. Crack! Crack! Above the void, lightning flashed and appeared. Suddenly, a bolt out of the blue fell down. Boom! The sword of Heaven Killing exploded with a loud bang. Everything dissipated into nothing. Yi Yuan coughed, vomiting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then fell unconscious. Very soon, Big Yellow's figure landed. When he saw Yi Yuan's miserable state, his heart could not help twitching. Senior, Mi Tian gave a long sigh and said he's fine, but his road of martial arts has probably been cut off. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, How is this possible? Mi Tian said, this old man also didn't expect that this boy's transformed sword is actually so heaven-defying. Sword of Heaven Killing. Ha ha! What a fine sword of Heaven Killing. However, He incurred heaven's jealousy before achieving success. His transformed sword is destroyed. Without the recognition of heavenly Tao, he won't be able to condense the transformation sword anymore in the future. With martial Tao not taking form, what difference is there from ordinary people? Monstrous waves were set off in Big Yellow's heart. Transformation sword incurring heaven's jealousy. How heaven-defying was Master Ye's sword. No wonder he could bring down 9 laws Tao tribulation. But now, how would Master Ye's road in the future be decided? Without the transformation sword, could he still match up to those peerless heavens chosen? With Master Ye's pride, he must be unable to bear it, right? Chapter 2779. Immense Wealth. Chapter 2779. Immense wealth on flowing cloud peak at martial secure, heavenly sect. Yi Yuan stood in the air, 3 rules revolving around him indeterminately. But these 3 power of rules became distinct from each other and were unable to merge. Buzz! The 3 power of rules dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan looked into the distance, his eyes somewhat in a daze. Sure enough, it still could not work. Master Yi, it still doesn't work. Big Yellow said with a guilty look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, there seems to be an invisible barrier between the rules. Furthermore, I'm unable to sense the power of rules anymore. Being unable to sense the power of rules meant no longer being able to cultivate. A peerless heavens, chosen of his generation, was actually unable to cultivate. How great a blow did this have to be? Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, Master Yi, it's all Big Yellow's fault for being useless. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile, this enmity is my martial secure heavenly sex enmity. It has nothing to do with the myriad demons mountain. This Yi is already endlessly grateful that you all could act to help me. This has nothing to do with you all. Be but Master Yu. Big Yellow felt his heart ache. He desperately wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footsteps, but in the end, Yi Yuan blocked the deadly blow for them, resulting in him sustaining serious injuries. If not for this, Yi Yuan also would not have gone so far as to kill Li Chongsheng with the transformation sword as the price. Martial Secure's battle shocked the continent. With Yi Yuan killing Chongsheng with one sword, this was Pa-S, said from mouth to mouth with approbation in the entire continent. It was also this sword that ended the Pale Alliance's rule, completely liberating the various major sections. For some time, Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal, but extremely few people knew that after this battle, Yi Yuan could no longer cultivate. Losing Heavenly Tao's approval, one would be a cripple. Yi Yuan was not discouraged and smiled, saying with boundless heroism, I, Yuan, have always been going against heaven throughout my life. My Tao doesn't need anyone to approve it. Big Yellow looked at Yi Yuan in a daze, somewhat absent-minded for a while. Yi Yuan's performance was far from what he imagined. There was actually no decadent at all. The more one was a heaven's chosen, the harder it would be to bear it after encountering this sort of blow, never to recover henceforth. But Yi Yuan behaved like it had nothing to do with him. It was not just that. He felt that Yi Yuan seemed to have more drive and was more spirited than before. Could it be that this guy did not know that he could no longer cultivate? What did they all say about my proposal? Yi Yuan did not care about this and asked Big Yellow. But Big Yellow frowned and said with displeasure, This bunch of guys are really ingrates. If not for Master Yi, they would have long died. Now, they actually don't even agree to this little request. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said coolly, What did they say? Big Yellow said indignantly, They said that ascenders are ascenders. They are Yum-kins. Now, the 5 great heavenly sects exist only in name. They can give them a place for the sections. The rest have to be handed over. Furthermore, they will strictly control ascenders. After the great battle, Yi Yuan proposed that the Rain-Clear continent no longer be divided into native factions and ascenders in the future. Ascenders could enter the major, heavenly sects to cultivate. Presently, of the 5 light heavenly regions, former 5 great heavenly sects, there was only Luo Yunqing, one saint sovereign heaven left. Ascender saint sovereign heavens only had a scanty 3 people too, and native saint sovereign heavens occupied an absolute advantage. Therefore, they did not want to share with Ascenders the benefits at all, wanting to take the opportunity to completely throttle Ascenders dead. It was also that they were somewhat apprehensive of the myriad demons mountain behind Yuan. Otherwise, they would have probably directly shed all pretenses of cordiality. Once Li Changxing died, all parties lost the common enemy. These saint sovereign heavens started pursuing their own interests one after another. Of course, the more important reason was that they knew that Yi Yuan had already become a cripple. Although the current Yi Yuan was still saint sovereign heaven realm, he was unable to execute great Tao transformation, his combat power being greatly reduced. They were no longer afraid of Yi Yuan, a genius with no future. Then there was nothing to fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you found the Pill Alliance's headquarters?" Big Yellow said, "Found it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Come, go take a look." A group of people landed among green mountains and blue waters with unstoppable momentum. Saint Exalt Wakecloud, Saint Exalt Skyfortune, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, and many top powerhouses were shockingly present. The place was called Chilean Gorge, a very remote place. No one thought that Li Changxing actually set the headquarters up here. However, at this time, the gazes of Saint Exalt Wakecloud and the rest when looking toward Yi Yuan was somewhat strange and a little contemptuous. The atmosphere was a little awkward. TSK, Li Changxing, this fellow is really capable, setting up such a large formation, completely covering up the mountain pass gates. If not for fumbling over through the transmission array, we couldn't have found it at all. Saint Exalt Wakecloud said. With regards to Li Changxing's means, they still rather admired it. Regardless of whether it was alchemy or the 8 legions war generals, or currently this mountain pass gates, all of them demonstrated his power. Saint Exalt Skyfortune said, "We raided 14 Pill Alliance's branches and obtained great benefits. However, over these 10,000 years, most of the wealth that Li Changxing ACCU Mulat is likely hidden in this place. Most likely, it's an astronomical figure. With the Pill Alliance being destroyed, the 14 branches had no leader and could naturally be at other people's mercy. The group of Saint Exalts were not courteous either, completely wiping out the 14 branches, obtaining tremendous benefits. But everyone knew that the real treasure was here. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was brave due to their great ability, and they directly barged into the mountain pass gates. With Saint Sovereign Heavens being completely wiped out, everyone in the Pill Alliance had long since dispersed. At this time, it was a wasteland at the mountain pass gates. The group of powerhouses turned the Pill Alliance upside down and finally found a cave in the back mountain. Powerful restrictions were placed outside of the cave. Breaking these restrictions were nothing to the Saint Sovereign Heavens present. The party entered the cave, and each and every one of them was immediately stunned. As far as the eyes could see, there were countless precious treasures in the cave. Countless heavenly crystals were piled up everywhere. The wealth here could really be described using astronomical numbers. When the Saint Sovereign Heavens saw these treasures, their eyes turned green. The powerhouses present had never seen before so much fortune in their lives. This Li Changxing is really unscrupulous to have actually ACCU Mulat such a frightening wealth. Saint Exalt Wakecloud exclaimed. Everyone nodded one after another. This wealth added up was even more than the ones obtained in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Using this wealth to nurture another several dozen Saint Sovereign Heavens was more than plenty. Now, shouldn't we discuss how to allocate these fortunes? Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. Saint Exalt Wakecloud gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Although these fortunes are Li Changxing's, they are actually all plundered from our various major heavenly sects. Therefore, I suggest to distribute these fortunes with the strength of the sex. Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled coldly and said, Hoo-hoo, Wakeloud, you really calculated well. In this place, your 7-star heavenly sect is the strongest. You mean that you're taking the largest share? Apart from Saint Exalt Wakeloud, the 7-star heavenly sect still had another Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Therefore, they were the strongest. Saint Exalt Wakeloud's distribution method was naturally the 7-star heavenly sect gaining a big advantage. How could the others be willing to comply? Chapter 2780. Burning the bridge after crossing it. Chapter 2780. Burning the bridge after crossing it. Skyfortune, you're wrong. The strongest one here isn't our 7-star heavenly sect, but the Myriad Demons Mountain. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these fortunes, your Myriad Demons Mountain, can take 50% of it. How's that? Saint Exalt Wakeloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, there were no fools present. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was using 50% of the wealth to buy over the Myriad Demons Mountain. The strength of the humans was indeed not considered strong, but they were all veteran Saint Sovereign Heavens. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Myriad Demons Mountain Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had just broken through not long ago. If war really broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Both sides had a score about this in their hearts. And in the wake of Yi Yuan's road of martial arts being cut off, the disagreements between Saint Exalt Wakeloud and company and the martial secure heavenly sect became greater and greater. Clearly, Wakeloud, these people did not intend to give Ascenders a way out. As for these fortunes, they probably had no plans of giving it to the martial secure heavenly sect too. This Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yi Yuan and could not help revealing a hesitant look. Got to admit, 50% of the wealth was very tempting. The wealth that Li Chongqing ACCU mulat over 10,000 years was sufficient to move any Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Big Yellow saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon hesitate, he could not resist saying, Lord Bull Demon, without Master Yi, could our Myriad Demons Mountain have today's glory? Without Master Yi, could we have resisted the 8 legions War General's self-detonation? Could it be that at this time you want to go back on your word and forget your benefactor? The moment Saint Exalt Bull Demon heard, he became even more hesitant, but Wakeloud smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Big Yellow, your words are wrong. Master Yi helped you all refine heavenly pills and created dozens of Saint Exalts. He harbored selfish motives to begin with. He only wanted to borrow your strength to take revenge on Li Chongqing. Now, the great enmity has been avenged. You guys owe each other nothing. How can it be going back on your word and forgetting your benefactor? By the side, Luo Yunqing exploded with anger and berated angrily, Wakeloud, you villain, who kicks someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. If not for Yi Yuan blocking the 8 legions War General's self-detonation for us, would it still be your turn to spout a stream of empty rhetoric here? Also, have you forgotten who brought you out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace? The events in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret. Luo Yunqing also heard about it afterward. But Wakeloud did not agree and said, Everyone was just making use of each other, that's all. Didn't he save this Exalt in order to borrow this Exalt's strength? Now, his road of martial arts has already been cut off. Distributing this wealth has no use to. So, there's naturally no need to distribute it either. What do you think, fellow Taoist Bull Demon? In the end, Wakeloud still threw the problem to Bull Demon. This was because his decision was pivotal. Wakeloud also perceived that among the Myriad Demons Mountain's 38 Saint Exalt powerhouses, there were many who were moved by the wealth. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was naturally moved too. It was just that it was hard for him to open his mouth owing to Yi Yuan's face. In reality, when he was hesitating, it already showed that he had forsaken Yi Yuan, someone whose road of martial arts had been severed. The person no longer had any value to exploit. Lord Bull Demon! Big Yellow shouted angrily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan a glance and discovered that Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. It was as if he was an uninvolved person with regards to the present situation. Yi Yuan did not say anything from start to end. Very clearly, he himself had also given up on himself. Those present were all rain-clear continents, overlord figures. They had seen before G. Oh, D knows how many geniuses. Yi Yuan, this kind of peerless heavens chosen, was enough to sweep across the contemporary era. But the road of martial arts being severed would undoubtedly give him a heavy blow. He was also clear that if Yi Yuan's road of martial arts was not severed, Wakeloud naturally would not dare to make trouble. In the end, it was still strength. These few years, under Yi Yuan's help, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. This allowed him to see a greater future. Perhaps he could also reach true sovereign heaven one day in the future? Being in possession of so much wealth, he might have some hope. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, I agree. However, our myriad demons mountain wants 60%. The moment these words came out, the faces of the 5 great heavenly regions, Saint Sovereign Heavens, changed one after another. This 60% represented countless wealth. Wakeloud also gritted his teeth and said with a nod, Okay, 60% it is. The remaining 40%, our 7-star heavenly sect wants 15%. The rest, your various sects divide equally. Do you all have objections? When he said this, Wakeloud naturally filtered out Yi Yuan and the Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect 2. The various sects that he was talking about naturally did not include the Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect. Saint Exalt Skyfortune thought about it and shook his head and said, I don't have objections. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, I have no objections too. But when Wakeloud saw the situation, he looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, we've discussed your view. Ascenders are ascenders. What right do foreigners have to gain a foothold in the 5 great heavenly regions? However, we're not unreasonable people either. You've rendered great contributions to destroying the Pill Alliance. So you all, these ascenders, withdraw to the land of Heavenly South. We won't make things difficult for you all. Wakeloud, these people clearly came prepared. They were going to drive all of the ascenders to the land of Heavenly South. The land of Heavenly South Saint, Sovereign Heavens, and Luo Yinqing. These people all broke through not long ago. Their strength was too lousy. If they were really unwilling, once a battle broke out, it was likely that Yi Yuan would not be able to protect them at all with his remaining strength. Therefore, they ascertained that Yi Yuan only had this path, that was to agree. Furthermore, they did not plan on sharing this enormous wealth with Yi Yuan's side. You all are bullying people too far. Do you really think that we're scared of you? Luo Yunqing could not hold back anymore, and his long sword immediately unsheathed. Wakeloud had a disdainful look and directly smacked a palm over. At the same time, Big Yellow also gave no chance to explain and kicked a hoof toward Saint Exalt Wakeloud. Bang! Wakeloud only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being kicked flying by Big Yellow. He was not Big Yellow's match alone. The present Big Yellow needed at least 3 to 5 people joining hands before he could be dealt with. Big Yellow looked at Wakeloud coldly and said in a solemn voice, All of you ungrateful villains that forget kindness. Do you really think that this exalt is to be trifled with? Today, even if I fight it out till the bitter end, this exalt will also take care of you all. In the next moment, Big Yellow erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of everyone present change one after another. Big Yellow's strength was known to the people present. Even Saint Exalt Bull Demon was also not his match currently. If he was to really go nuts, dragging several Saint Sovereign Heavens down was all too normal. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly stepped forward, patted Big Yellow on the shoulder, and said with a smile, All right, Big Yellow, let's go. This wealth is merely worldly possessions. They are useless. Remember, Strength is the king's way. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Master Yi, what do you mean by this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Give these things to them. In the future, when they beg to deliver it in front of me, I'll still have to consider it. There's also no problem with them making us withdraw out of the 5 great heavenly regions. Let's return to heavenly south. What? Big Yellow and Luo Yunqing said in unison, both surprised to the extreme. Even Saint Exalt Wakeloud and Saint Exalt Bull Demon, they all had disbelieving faces too. Yi Yuan actually really agreed. Chapter 2781. Pointing at the firmament with the sword, seeking Tao with the sword. Chapter 2781. Pointing at the firmament with the sword, seeking Tao with the sword. You guys, Yi Yuan has been very calm all along. Could he really have some backup plan? After Yi Yuan's party left, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist asking. It was truly that Yi Yuan behaved too calmly. Anyone who suffered this kind of treatment would be indignant, but Yi Yuan was not. From start to end, he was like an onlooker observing from the sidelines. Many powerhouses present were extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's attitude made them somewhat nervous in their hearts. Wakeloud smiled coldly and said, Don't you forget, it's Heavenly Tao that cut off his path forward and not us. Someone abandoned by heaven. Do you all feel that he has a chance to turn things around? The moment everyone heard, they immediately calmed down a lot. Yeah, heaven wanted you dead. Could you still overturn the heavens? You're right. No matter how breathtaking the genius, they aren't greater than the heavens too. From now on, there's only the 4 great heavenly regions. Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. It was silent all the way. After returning to the Martial Secure heavenly sect, Luo Yunqing finally could not hold back anymore. Yi Yuan, you can leave if you want to. I'm going to fight it out to the death with them here. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I won't let them take a step into Martial Secure heavenly sect too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You, a newly ascended Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if your bones are ground to dust, can it stop them from stepping into the Martial Secure heavenly sect? This place is merely a wasteland, so what if we give it to them? During the Great Battle, Martial Secure heavenly sect was the primary battlefield. So many Saint Sovereign Heavens fighting, plus the 8 legions were general self-detonation. The entire sect was long already a wasteland. But Luo Yunqing had extremely deep feelings for the Martial Secure heavenly sect. Now, having just destroyed the Pill Alliance and being able to rebuild the Martial Secure heavenly sect, but suddenly getting chased away to the land of Heavenly South, he could not accept it. The land of Heavenly South was merely a tiny place, that was all. In terms of area, it was only 1/4 of a heavenly region. How could Luo Yunqing be willing? Yi Yuan, your martial Tao is severed. Could it be that even your hot-bloodedness was erased too? If we were to really join forces, we might not lose to them. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing deeply and said, Brother Luo, so what if we revive the Martial Secure heavenly sect? Even if the Martial Secure heavenly sect rules rain-clear continent like the Pill Alliance, so what? This place is merely a desolate land. That's all. Could it be that your horizons are really only limited to these? The 5 great heavenly sects people have always been curious. Why Zhuobufan, that kind of heaven's chosen, would suddenly go missing? Today, let me tell you, he went to the other side of the sea. He knew that if he stayed in rain-clear continent, he would only be sitting in the well and looking at the sky. That's all. Don't you want to take a look at the world outside? Luo Yunqing's expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, How do you know? Yi Yuan said coolly, I saw the sword energy that he left behind in the sea. Luo Yunqing's heart shook wildly. It turned out that Lord Zhuo really crossed the sea. But the Martial Secure heavenly sect. Yi Yuan cut him off and said coolly, Martial Secure heavenly sect's Tao teachings naturally have to be set down. This is giving an account to sect master, and also giving an account to elder he. However, it isn't now. There's no meaning in showing off momentary bravery. Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said in surprise, This is impossible. Your road of martial arts has already been cut off by heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. On this day, martial secure heavenly sect's entire sect moved south, saying that it was the entire sect. There were actually not many people. However, in the wake of Yi Yuan killing Changxing with one sword, many of martial secure's old subordinates returned too. Wu Chengchao, Lin Lan, Wen Jingxian, these people all escaped death by a fluke because of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation back then. Now, hearing that Yi Yuan returned, they naturally returned to the sect. Apart from them, there were also over 300 people that returned to martial secure heavenly sect too. As for the other 4 sects, they were not so lucky. They had less than 200 people when added up. These 500 over people were the last force of the former 5 light heavenly region. However, because the other regions rejected ascenders, there were several thousand ascenders that followed the 5 great heavenly sects and migrated to the land of heavenly south. After this, Big Yellow also completely broke away from the myriad demons mountain and joined the faction of heavenly south. The present land of heavenly south had Luo Yunqing, 3 people, plus heavenly south's 4 great saint exalts, plus 2 ascender saint exalts, as well as Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. There were 11 great saint exalt heavens. In terms of numbers, they were really not weak. It was just that most of these people had just broken through. Their foundation was too weak. There was actually only Big Yellow alone who deserved to be called a combat power. In reality, what those 5 great heavenly regions powerhouses were truly afraid of was also just Big Yellow. Otherwise, if the 5 great heavenly regions wanted to migrate, they probably really could not have done it. However, everything was not important anymore. Arriving at the land of heavenly south, Yi Yuan arrived above the sea and sat down suspended in the air. An enormous Tai Chi diagram slowly unfurled above Yi Yuan's head. That appearance seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. Kid, have you really thought it through? Taking this step is certain death. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan said coolly, Road is forged by people, and it is not bestowed by the heaven. In this life, starting from the immortal grove world, I've been going against the heaven. Great Tao crumbling. I'll go contrary to Tao with alchemy and reach divine Tao. When the heaven-span world was refined by someone with a great divine ability, I created my own cultivation method and transformed Tao to shatter the sky. In this 33 heavens, since heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, then I'll point at the firmament with my sword and seek Tao with the sword. Boom! As he said, Yi Yuan's chaos world exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying energy undulation set off a series of tsunamis. At this moment, countless gazes looked towards the sea. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, What a strong world power! Yi Yuan, he shattered his own small world. What does he want to do? Small world. It was where the foundation of martial artists lay. If the world collapsed, martial Tao would be destroyed. Yi Yuan actually shattered his own small world. This action shocked everyone. Big Yellow had an extremely deep comprehension in Great Tao, but he detected a trace of an unusual crisis. Master Yi wants to re-establish after destruction, but does heavenly Tao allow it? Big Yellow murmured. Yi Yuan spent countless efforts to condense and form this chaos world. To say that he was reluctant, he was naturally extremely reluctant. But at this moment he proceeded without hesitation. There were geniuses in the world that were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. It was not just Yi Yuan alone who had their path of cultivation stripped away by heavenly Tao. The 33 heavens were extremely vast. There were countless powerhouses and geniuses, being plentiful like clouds. There were also peerless heavens, chosens who were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. These heavens, chosens, were naturally unwilling to have their martial, Tao, cut off henceforth. Hence, they forged a path, a road that went against heaven. S-N-A-T-C, hing fate from heaven, going against heaven. Yi Yuan's chaos world collapsed, but it was not obliterated. Instead, it gathered toward the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi slowly rotated. Countless energies were condensed in it. An illusory sword gradually solidified, standing upside down in the center of the Tai Chi diagram, pointing at the firmament with the sword. Crack! Crack! Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the sea, lightning flash. H-I plussing. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed in the next second. Chapter 2782. Getting stronger the more he fought. Chapter 2782. Getting stronger the more he fought. Heavenly Tao is enraged. Big Yellow looked toward the horizon and muttered. But Luo Yunqing stomped his feet in anxiety and shouted angrily, "This boy is too reckless! Pointing at heaven with the sword, isn't this seeking death?" This sword was not an ordinary sword, but Yi Yuan's Tao sword. This Tao sword was condensed and formed from Yi Yuan's lifetime cultivation. This sword, pointing at heaven, was questioning the way of heaven. It was provoking heavenly Tao. How could it be tolerated? Myriad Demons Mountain, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, and the rest looked at the firmament from afar, incredibly shocked. Is this guy mad? Pointing at the sky with the sword, the firmament is furious. It will probably bring down Tao tribulation again this time, right? Most likely, he's going to immediately transcend a 2-9 Tao tribulation. TSK, TSK, not resigning himself to Circu. Stances and experiencing life and death. Yi Yuan is going to force himself into a desperate situation so that he can risk it all. However, can he pull through? The three great Saint Exalts could not help snickering when they saw this scene from afar. Confronting heaven was clearly an act of courting death. Originally, he could drag out an ignorable existence. However, he insisted on bringing about his own destruction. Extremely far away, Saint Exalt Wakeloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens were startled one after another. They moved out in succession and gathered in the sky above Myriad Demons Mountain. Hoo-hoo, this kid is indeed a restless one. His last resort should be this, right? That's good too. Since he's taking the road to ruin himself, it saves us the trouble of having to take action. Saint Exalt Wakeloud could not help laughing as he said. Saint Exalt Skyfortune laughed in spite of himself and said, "He really dares to point at heaven with his sword, asking heaven if it's unfair? Does he have this qualification?" Wakeloud smiled and said, "Let's just watch a good show here." Yi Yuan pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly Tao was enraged and sent down Tao tribulation. The sensation caused this time was even more terrifying than that time previously. In less than a year, Yi Yuan triggered a Tao tribulation again. This sort of thing was simply unheard of since ancient times. 2-9 Tao tribulation. It meant 2-9 laws Tao tribulations. This was also to say that the Tao tribulation raining down this time was 18 power of rules. 9 laws Tao tribulation was already terrifying to the extreme. The power of a 2-9 Tao tribulation was naturally even more terrifying. But the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm seemed to be completely clueless. He was condensing his own Tao. The sword in the Tai Chi diagram became larger and larger and increasingly solid. The aura also became more and more horrifying. And following the solidification of this sword, the aura coming from above the avoid also became more and more terrifying. Kid, you can really stir trouble. A 2-9 Tao tribulation is likely no match for this aura. I reckon that it might very likely be straight up a 3-9 Tao tribulation. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who cares how many 9 laws Tao tribulation it is? Regardless of how many that will come, I'll receive them. I'll bet my Tao and defy this heaven." Mi Tian said with a cold snort. Don't blame me for not warning you. This sword is connected to your life now. If the Tao sword shatters, your life will be gone. Yi Yuan was not betting his Tao, but betting his life. Condensing Tao sword was giving up on following heaven. In the future, he could only go against heaven and change his fate. Each step would be 100 times harder than other martial artists. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, rather than willingly be ordinary, why not defy heaven and change fate? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the sky from afar, and muttered, It's here! Boom! His voice had yet to fade when a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The ocean was directly blown apart. Yi Yuan only felt an overwhelming force, as if going to crush him. 3-9 Tao Tribulation. This boy really provoked the wrath of heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed abruptly as he said, even when separated so far away, his heart also jumped fiercely at this sound of thunder clapping. It could be imagined what kind of enormous pressure Yi Yuan, who was located at the center of the storm, would have to bear. Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled and said, You all try to guess. How many bolts of Tao Tribulation can he make it through? 3, 5, 9. Saint Exalt Waycloud glanced at everyone and said smilingly, Got to say, this boy is a peerless genius, overwhelming the present era. Even if it's 3-9 Tao Tribulation, it's impossible for him to survive 9-2. I ask heaven with my Tao. Go. Yi Yuan bellowed, his palm pus. Plussing toward the sky. The giant sword pierced right through the sky and met with this clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was invisible. 27 power of rules was all in this invisible clap of thunder. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. The ocean was directly divided into 2 halves, deep until the bottom could be seen. Yi Yuan gave fled groan, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Fine cracks actually appeared on his Tao sword. And it. 3-9 Tao Tribulation is too strong. Master Yi can't hold on at all. At this rate, I'm afraid that when the 3rd Tao Tribulation falls, his Tao sword will shatter. Big Yellow said anxiously when he saw the situation. Each and every one of the land of Heavenly South's powerhouses had solemn expressions. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing's expression changed, and he said, You guys look! His Tao sword is repairing. Big Yellow took a closer look and said in surprise, He's using the power of rules in the Tao Tribulation to repair the Tao sword and strengthen it. When the Tao Tribulation landed, it naturally would not return to nothingness immediately. The rule fragments would scatter around before becoming one with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was absorbing these rule fragments to strengthen itself. Very soon, not only was Yi Yuan's Tao sword as good as new, it became even more solid instead. Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and howled loudly again. As if sensing Yi Yuan's provocation, another series of Tao Tribulation exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan raised his sword and charged again. Boom! It exploded again. Yi Yuan's entire body was dyed in blood, but he became more courageous the more he fought. His Tao sword absorbed the rule fragments and solidified again. Ha ha ha! You want to sever my road of martial arts? I'll seize your great Tao rules. So what if it's the road of defying heaven? Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, akin to a fiend Ji, letting out a loud laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Bolts of Tao Tribulation lightning landed, the power becoming stronger each time. But Yi Yuan grew stronger the more he fought. His cultivation realm also advanced crazily in this Tao Tribulation. Not only did the Tao Tribulation not beat him down, it made Yi Yuan achieve success instead. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was staring dumbfoundedly. The road of defying heaven could still be walked like this, seizing the Tao of heaven and feeding it back to himself. This boy is really a wonder. The Tao Tribulation of divergent cultivators is a lot stronger than ordinary martial artists. Each time, it's walking on the edge of death. This boy is good to actually use this kind of method to overcome the tribulation. Mi Tian was rendered speechless, but he knew that even if it's a divergent cultivator, it was virtually impossible to want to achieve this too. Plundering Tao tribulation fragments. This in itself required an extremely deep understanding of great Tao. These fragments could not be grabbed and used, but needed to be rearranged. Randomly absorbing them, not only would there be no benefits, it would cause great harm to oneself instead. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little saint, sovereign heaven. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse might not be able to accomplish it. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sky, claps of thunder fell, each fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan was akin to a stubborn rock, not budging an inch. Although he was seriously injured after the baptism of Tao tribulation, his cultivation realm obtained rapid growth. Finally, the Tao tribulation seemed to be tired too, vanish. Plussing into thin air. Everything returned to tranquility. And Yi Yuan's sword was still pointing to the sky, proudly. But his realm improved further and reached middle stage lower saint sovereign heaven. Everyone paying attention to Yi Yuan overcoming the tribulation was completely stunned. Chapter 2783. Go in and play. Chapter 2783. Go in and play. 3-9 Tao tribulation. He transcended it. Wakeloud muttered under his breath, clearly still not daring to believe it until now. Seems like it. Saint Exalt Skyfortune murmured. He can't even transform great Tao. How can he possibly transcend 3-9 Tao tribulation? To transcend the 3-9 Tao tribulation, one needs to at least be an upper saint, sovereign heaven. Furthermore, an extremely strong existence among upper saint sovereign heavens. Doesn't that mean that he already has this strength? As Saint Exalt Wakeloud said, he could not help shuddering. If that was the case, that meant that not only did Yi Yuan's combat power not regress, but it was also even stronger than before. If he fought with Li Changxing again, Yi Yuan might even be able to confront him head-on. This was scary. Saint Exalt Skyfortune looked at Wakeloud and said with a bitter smile, "Have we offended him badly?" The moment these words came out, the saint sovereign heavens present could not help but shudder. Wakeloud shook his head and said, "I don't believe that he can still cultivate." Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled bitterly again and said, "Whether he can cultivate or not, his strength is placed there. There's probably no one stronger than him in our rain-clear continent." Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly feeling at a loss on what to do. On the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon and the rest of Myriad Demons Mountain Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually really gained a new lease on life. One had to know it was precisely them who threw a rock down the well at the crucial moment. At this time, there was only bitterness left in the hearts of the Myriad Demons Mountains Saint Sovereign Heavens. Very soon, the 5 great heavenly regions and Myriad Demons Mountains Saint Sovereign Heavens received an invitation. This invitation was inviting them to head to the 7 great sea regions to have a talk. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who received the invitation were all rather baffled. Go to the 7 great sea regions to do what? These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not fools. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely invited them over to demonstrate his martial prowess. However, at this time they also really wanted to see if Yi Yuan really rose again from the ashes, or he was simply making an empty show of strength. In the sky above the nameless island, sword energy was awe-inspiring. Luo Yunqing felt this sword intent in addition to being overjoyed. There was an additional hint of shock. This sword intent was too pure, too powerful. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds during these over 100 years. But his great Tao transformation was still stagnant at the 3rd form. But the sword energy on the nameless island was left behind in the 5th form. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. I've always been following Lord Zhu's footsteps, but I didn't know that he was actually already formidable to such an extent when he left Rain-Clear Continent. Luo Yunqing exclaimed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Zhuo Bufan is indeed amazingly talented. Therefore, there's already nothing on this tiny little Rain-Clear Continent that can satisfy him. Without opponents, invincibility is the loneliest. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, deeply in agreement too. Yi Yuan, just how strong is your current strength? Luo Yunqing could not resist asking. After overcoming the tribulation on that day, Yi Yuan did not expose his strength. Luo Yunqing naturally knew what he invited those Saint Sovereign Heavens here for. Therefore, he also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was now. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, You'll know very soon. Oh, right, the sword Tao that you walk is quite similar to Zhuo Bufan's. The sword energy that he left behind is helpful to you. You go in and try comprehending on the sword. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, wielding the sword and entering the island. Luo Yunqing was very strong. He charged right to the depths of the island with one sword by himself. But in the end he still withdrew in defeat. However, he was not discouraged either, Russ. Plussing into the depths of the island time and again. Just like this, a month passed, said, and at this time Wakeloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also arrived in succession. There were dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the sky above the nameless island for a time. Wakeloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon, opened his mouth, and said, Fellow Taoist Bull Demon, someone wants to take so many of us down a notch. Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, That will also have to depend on whether he has this ability or not. Wakeloud smiled and said, True. On our two sides, there are no less than 50 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. If he wants to take us down a notch and establish an advantageous position, he'll also have to wait over. Previously, they were divided into two camps. Saint Exalt Bull Demon originally looked down on Wakeloud they all too. It was not that Wakeloud they all were weak, but it was that the territorial awareness of true spirit Saint Exalts was extremely strong. They were not willing to interfere in the matters outside of the Myriad Demons Mountain. But now, Yi Yuan broke through, and his strength was unknown. They had no choice but to join hands. Previously, they all targeted Yi Yuan. If they still did not join hands now, then they could only be defeated individually. With over 50 Saint Exalt powerhouses, it was virtually 5 times that of Yi Yuan's side. Furthermore, they even had a large group of Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. They naturally had the confidence. These words were all said for Yi Yuan to hear. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was as calm as before, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yi Yuan's attitude made Wakeloud somewhat irritated. He gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan, what did you call us here for? Do you really think that we're scared of you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Luo broke through. Sure enough, in the depths of the island, Luo Yunqing's sword intent surged to the sky, and he actually broke through to the 4th form. 1 month of bitter cultivation was greatly beneficial to him. The faces of Wakeloud and the rest could not help changing. Luo Yunqing's great Tao transformation, breaking through to the 4th form, meant that he had the strength to have a battle with them too. The strength of Heavenly South Saint Exalts rose a level again. Wakeloud sneered and said, This is your bargaining chip? What a joke. You take a look first. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens our two sides have? Yi Yuan looked toward Saint Exalt Wakeloud and said with a smile, Brother Wakeloud, are you interested in going into play? Wakeloud was taken aback and said with a cold smile, So what if Zhuo Bufan? It's also not that he is here. Could it be that this Exalt is really scared of a stream of sword energy? Very soon, Luo Yunqing came out, excitement on his face. Looking at Wakeloud and the rest, he was full of fighting spirit. Yi Yuan indicated for him to calm down. Wei Cloud gave a cold snort and leaped, entering the sword energy. Wei Cloud had the intention of showing his strength. The moment he made his move, his momentum was unstoppable. Coupled with the grand mist treasure in his hand, his combat power skyrocketed. He entered the depths of the island in one go. After breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, Wei Cloud's strength increased greatly too. His strength was even stronger than Luo Yinqing, and he rushed even deeper in. Seeing Saint exalt Wei Cloud's strength, their side also heaved a slight sigh in relief. Their side, together with Saint exalt Bull Demon and the rest, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens, were no less than 10. This force was sufficient to rival Yi Yuan. An hour later, Wei Cloud came out of the island somewhat out of breath. However, he had a proud look. The depth that he made it to was much deeper than Luo Yinqing, and this also demonstrated that his strength was much stronger than Luo Yinqing. Relying on one Luo Yinqing to suppress him? Got to be kidding. How is it, Yi Yuan? Wei Cloud looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, but Yi Yuan did not answer. He turned to Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, "Brother Bull Demon, go in and play too?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort and flew in too. Chapter 2784, A Game. Chapter 2784, A Game. Within the valley of the island, rumbling sounds lingered incessantly. The expressions of the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also changed slightly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was well deserving of being a veteran Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was truly shocking and was actually even stronger than Wei Cloud. After around 2 hours, Saint Exalt Bull Demon also came while panting. "Yi Yuan, can this Exalt strength still enter your sights?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a solemn voice. In order to show his strength, he risked his old life this time too. The distance that he dashed forward was a great deal more than that of Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. However, this stream of sword energy was really strong. Rain-Clear Continent's #1 person back then, Zhuo Bufan, was really not for show. Even if it was sword energy that had been left before for tens of thousands of years, he actually could not break through it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Bull Demon's strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that among this Rain-Clear Continent's true spirits, apart from Big Yellow, you're the strongest." Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort, but did not justify anything. Ever since Big Yellow followed Yi Yuan, his strength advanced at a tremendous pace, especially that coquettish profligate hoof. Although the posture was very strange, the power was really strong. If Saint Exalt Bull Demon faced off against Big Yellow, he would most likely lose. Humph! Don't just be all bark and no bite. Yi Yuan, we've already gone down to play. Since you want to take us down a notch, shouldn't you go down and play yourself too? Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, saying with a smile, "Two fellow Taoists, what do you think about this sword energy?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, "This sword energy is unparalleledly overbearing. The deeper you go, the stronger it becomes. Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven comes, it's impossible to make it through too." Wei Cloud smiled coldly and said, "Zhuo Bufan's work is naturally extremely strong. Within Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, no one can make it past this sword energy at all. However, what does that have to do with you? Don't tell me that this sword energy was left behind by you." Yi Yuan nodded his head as he smiled and said to Luo Yinqing, "Brother Luo, let me borrow your sword." Luo Yinqing directly threw his sword to Yi Yuan without a word. The Dragon Spring Sword had already been completely disintegrated when killing Li Changsheng. Yi Yuan caught Luo Yinqing's sword. No one saw him make any flashy moves either. It was just a light swing. Boom! The seawater directly had a large gulf being cleaved apart, and this sword directly said through the rift area of the island, joining together with Zhuo Bufan's sword. But very soon the ocean healed, and everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. The faces of everyone present changed abruptly. The eyes of Luo Yinqing and Big Yellow, and the others lit up. What a powerful sword! This sword of yours actually directly replaced the sword energy left behind by Lord Zhua. This shows that your sword is stronger than Lord Zhua's sword. Luo Yinqing praised heavily. Hoo, this sword has experienced several tens of thousands of years. It no longer has the sharpness of back than long ago. I'm afraid that 7 parts out of 10 parts of Zhuo Bufan's sword is gone, with only 30% of its power left. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was modest, but those present were all powerhouses. How could they not discern this sword's fierceness? Yi Yuan actually used his own sword energy and replaced Zhuo Bufan's sword energy. Yes, it was replaced. This sword of Yi Yuan's seemed casual, but actually the angle of executing the move completely superimposed with Zhuo Bufan's sword. But the power was even stronger. Not only did he erase Zhuo Bufan's sword energy, he even replaced Zhuo Bufan's sword energy with his own sword energy. What was even scarier was that the 2 islands were not damaged in the slightest. This sword move, the requirement toward the swordsman, was hair-raisingly strict. Even if one's power was sufficient, if there was the slightest mistake, it could only incur derision too. But Yi Yuan did it perfectly. This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The expressions of the saint sovereign heavens present changed one after another. Logically speaking, this sword could only be achieved by great Dao transformation powerhouses. But Yi Yuan clearly did not transform great Dao just now. How could he unleash such a frightening sword? What was even more ning was that Yi Yuan was too effortless just now. Who knew whether he used his full strength or not? If he did not, then just how strong was his current strength? Wake Loud and the rest no longer dared to continue imagining. In front of absolute strength, numbers were merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan severely wounding Li Chongsheng with Dao tribulation, even 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens would not be enough. Even if 80 came, it was no use either. Now, this sword of Yi Yuan's was enough to disregard numbers. This opening gambit was really too big. Yi Yuan threw the sword back to Luo Yinqing and said to Wake Loud and the others smilingly, "Anyone else going down to play again?" This Yi also doesn't know how big the gap is between the sword energy that I left behind compared to Zhuo Bufan's. I hope that someone can help me appraise it. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed one after another. What was this playing at? Seeing that no one spoke, Yuan smiled and said again, "Just playing a game. As long as you all make it into the rift, our grudges from before will be written off." "How's that?" Wei Cloud's expression turned dark, and he said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi has always kept my word." Wei Cloud's gaze swept. Looking at one of the Saint Sovereign Heaven, he said, "Ming Yi, you go." Ming Yi's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Based on what that it's me?" Wei Cloud sneered and said, "Based on the fact that your strength is the weakest. Otherwise, you can try fighting us." Saint Exalt Ming Yi was the Saint Sovereign Heaven of a great heavenly sect too. However, he was just a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was the weakest. He looked towards the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and discovered that Sky Fortune and the rest seemed to have this intention too. With this, he had no choice. Ming Yi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Finish saying. He leaped and charged over. As soon as he entered the range of the sword energy, Ming Yi felt that something was not right. This sword energy was too sharp. The sword energy poured over from all directions, virtually leaving him unable to resist. And this was still several tens of thousands of feet away from the rift area. However, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse at any rate. Completely unleashed. Plussing his strength, he forcefully shook the sword energy off. Ming Yi went all out and charged toward the rift area crazily. Uft. Very soon, Ming Yi was directly minced by the countless sword energy. Wei Cloud and Bull Demon exchanged a glance, their complexions deathly pale. This sword energy seemed to be unusual, no matter how weak Ming Yi was. That was a saint's sovereign heaven too. Even if he could not rush over, it was also not to the extent of being garroted at such a far distance, right? Just now, Ming Yi only rushed to 20,000 feet and was annihilated. They could not feel the sharpness of the swift and fierce at all outside, but they were not dumb. The power of Yi Yuan's sword energy was significantly stronger than Zhuo Bufan's sword energy. How did this guy do it? Hoo, it looks like Saint Exalt Ming Yi's strength is somewhat lacking. Brother Wei Cloud, are you interested in going down to play again? I think that with your strength, it's just about able to make it into the rift. Yi Yuan looked toward Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and said with a smile. Wei Cloud's expression changed wildly, a distance of 20,000 feet. Could he be this much stronger than Ming Yi? He had no confidence. After entering, it was likely difficult to want to come out again. Suddenly, Wei Cloud directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, and he cried tearfully, Fellow Taoist Yi, I was wrong. Spare my measly life. Chapter 2785. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Chapter 2785. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? No one felt that Wei Cloud was disgraceful. This was because each of them was very frightened. The stream of sword energy that Yi Yuan left behind actually directly garroted a saint's sovereign heaven. Then how strong was he now? Inestimable. One had to know, even the sword energy that Zhuo Bufan left behind could not kill them. Previously, they all thought that Yi Yuan had his road of martial arts cut off, directly exiling him to the land of heavenly south. But now, Yi Yuan experienced 3-9 Dao tribulation and soared to the heavens in one move. Although his cultivation realm did not increase much, his strength made tremendous improvements and already towered above everyone. If he wanted to kill people, no one could escape. Yi Yuan, it was all this Exalt's fault previously. This Exalt was blinded by obsession to, please forgive me. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also said fearfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo, this, you merely invited everyone here to exchange notes on martial Dao. Is everyone thinking too much? All right, the comparing of notes is already pretty much done. Let's go back to our own homes. Brother Luo, Big Yellow, let's go. Finish saying, Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded crowd and left straight away. Seeing Yi Yuan disappeared on the horizon, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's entire body relaxed, his S.H.I. plus RT already drenched. Just now, the pressure that Yi Yuan gave to him was suffocating. What does he mean by this? Could it be that he's letting us off just like this? One of the saint's sovereign heavens said with a dazed look, Let us off? Hoo, how is that possible? Have you forgotten what he said at the Pill Alliance's Mountain Pa SS gates? Skyfortune said with a bitter smile. That Saint Sovereign Heaven's expression changed, and he said he wants us to hand over the Pill Alliance's fortune with both hands? Upon Skyfortune's reminder, he remembered too. Yi Yuan once said that, in the future, even if they all delivered it in front of him, he would still have to consider it. At that time, everyone present thought that was merely just desperately upholding face. That was all. But who knew that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's words really came true? Deliver with both hands? Hoo, if it was so simple, that would be good. Back then, we directly excluded Heavenly South because of momentary greed. Now, we'll probably have to repay it twofold. Wei Cloud, you've caused me much harm. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a cold snort. Wei Cloud snorted coldly and said, Don't forget, your All Saint Temple took 60%. Now you're criticizing after it's already over? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a great rage, If not for your beguiling, how could this Exalt have done this sort of thing? Rubbis. H. Plus, it was clearly you who coveted the wealth. Now, you want to put the blame on me? All right, if you throw to me, Yi Yuan got to accept it too for it to work. Wei Cloud said without giving in at all. Enough! Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a cold yell, saying in a solemn voice, You all should be content. If not bearing in mind that we took action against the Pill Alliance and didn't deal a killing blow to him afterward, we'd long be dead. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan is an extremely rule-abiding person. If we didn't discriminate against him afterward and didn't chase the 5 great heavenly sects out of 5 great heavenly regions, he wouldn't do anything to us now. This matter is ultimately us who went overboard. It's too late to say anything now. At this time, we can only each skin our own skunk and show our sincerity. If the sincerity isn't enough, Yi Yuan won't let us off. Finish saying, Saint Exalt Purple Sun leaped and vanished into the horizon. A month later, the remote heavenly South City became lively. One saint sovereign heaven after another stepped into heavenly South City in fear and trepidation. No one dared to step in here via flight. These saint sovereign heavens all landed outside of the city, then walked into the city. Younger brother Luo, here is all the wealth that our 7-star heavenly sect acquired at the Pill Alliance. We offer them all up now. Apart from these, we even prepared some small gifts. Younger brother Luo, please kindly accept them. At this time, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's ATTI. Tude was very humble. For the sake of the apology this time, the 7-star heavenly sect could be said to have become bankrupt this time. Apart from the wealth obtained at the Pill Alliance, the 7-star heavenly sect even took out more than 70% of their sect's wealth to apologize to Yi Yuan. This could be said to be, tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. Luo Yunqing sat on the seat of honor, his face expressionless, and he did not respond either. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud was anxious until his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he was the most unwelcome one. Wanting to obtain Luo Yunqing's forgiveness was much harder than the rest. But at this time he had no choice. Yi Yuan completely refused to meet him. He could only think of every way possible to satisfy Luo Yunqing. Suddenly he gritted his teeth. Taking out a sword, he offered it up with both hands and said, This cloud sky sword was gifted by younger brother Yi. Younger brother Luo is still using a heavenly spirit treasure now. Using this sword will be just right. Luo Yunqing did not refuse, playing with the cloud sky sword for a moment. Then he put it away. The grand mist treasures in your hands were all gifted by Yi Yuan. Now, it's merely returning to the original owner. That's all. Look at how it's making your flesh hurt. Luo Yunqing said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud smiled helplessly. He really could not bear to part with it. With a grand mist treasure, his combat power would increase by at least 30%. Now he actually had to hand it back. He was naturally unwilling. Luo Yunqing glanced at him indifferently and said, Just these. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud hurriedly said, Of course, there's more. With regards to younger brother Ye's suggestion, we feel that it's very right, regardless of whether it is native powerhouses or ascenders. Those are all heavenly stratum powerhouses and shouldn't make distinctions between each other. From now on, the 7-star heavenly sect will no longer be hostile to ascenders and allow ascenders to enter the sect. In addition, Heavenly South is a tiny place after all. Our various sects have already pulled out of the 5-light heavenly region. We welcome the 3 great ascender heavenly sects to return. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 sects that still had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses presently. Only the other 2 sects did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. They also had merely a few disciples in the sect. They basically only existed in name. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 great heavenly sects left now. Luo Yunqing gave him a nonchalant glance and said, At least you're sensible. Yi Yuan has instructed it. This is the last chance. In the future, if you all still cause problems, bear the consequences yourselves. Dare not. We dare not. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was overjoyed, repeatedly saying that he did not dare. While on the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked toward Big Yellow and was silent for a long time. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Big Yellow said with a cold snort, Sigh, this Exalt knows that I was wrong, but now it's too late for regrets. Big Yellow, looking on the account that you and I are brothers, help out our myriad demons mountain. Big Yellow was someone who kept old friends, H.I. plus P.S. in mind, but he was very disappointed in Saint Exalt Bull Demon, burning the bridge after crossing it, dropping a rock down the well. This was the repayment that Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan. Humph! If not for Master Yi, could you have overcome the third Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation? The current you would probably have long turned into a pile of dirt. Brothers, that day, in the cave of the Pill Alliance, I begged you bitterly, but you? Did you think of brotherly feelings? Now you know about brotherhood? Big Yellow said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, Big Yellow, your choice is correct. However, Myriad Demons Mountain is your hometown. At any rate, you can't very well pa-s. Sively watch it be destroyed, right? Big Yellow said, coolly, relax. On account of my face, Master, you won't make things difficult for the Myriad Demons Mountain. However, you all have to conduct yourselves well, because this is the last chance. Chapter 2786. My backer is here. Chapter 2786. My backer is here. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil. One person and one bull were walking on the surface of the sea, strolling leisurely. Master Yi, is it all right for us to just leave like that? Now that the Pill Pavilion is strong, Brother Luo's strength left people far behind in the dust and already towers above everyone. Before I left, I also gave Lier they all 3 life-protecting sword energy each. It won't be a problem. True, the Pill Pavilion status is aloof now. All sects require the Pill Pavilion's help. At least within several hundred years, there won't be any changes. However, since the Pill Pavilion rose up, Rainclear Continent's martial path has become more flurries. H.I. Plussing. Master Yi made tremendous contributions. Master Yi has put in a lot of hard work for the Pill Pavilion these few years. This is what I promised everyone. I naturally have to do it. Unfortunately, that Pill Alliance's ancient transmission array is actually a one-way teleportation. There are many dangers in the sea. We don't know where we can go to either. Hoo-hoo, that Zhuobuffan can go. Can't I, Yuan, go? I have a feeling that Zhuobuffan must have reached the other side of the side. This one human and one bull were precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. Over 50 years had already passed since Yi Yuan compelled the Saint Sovereign Heavens to submission. In the past 50 years, most of Yi Yuan's energy had been placed on the Pill Pavilion. Presently, the Pill Pavilion was already the Rainclear Continent's transcendent existence, with countless powerhouses in it. Having obtained the resources of the Pill Alliance, as well as the various sects, Yi Yuan also forcefully increased the strength of Yumengli and the others to the realm of Jade, Sovereign Heaven. But when he left this time, Yi Yuan only brought Big Yellow with him. The sea was full of dangers. There were probably even true Sovereign Heaven realm sea folks that existed. Although Yi Yuan's strength was strong, if he ran into true Sovereign Heavens, it would really be inadequate. Big Yellow, we've already said through the 7 great sea regions. There are probably quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven existences in the sea region ahead. Let's restrain our auras and keep a low profile, Yi Yuan said. Yes. The sea was vast. The 2 people traveled south all the way and did not even see the shadow of a ghost. However, this place already left the range of the 7 great sea regions and reached the depths of the sea. The so-called 7 great sea regions were merely the same as the Rainclear continent, being a remote sea region. That was all. This depth of sea was the real crisis lurking in 4 corners. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were indistinct figures ahead, spiritual energy surging. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and the number was a lot. D-A-M-N girl. This time, you can forget about escaping. You big turtle, why do you keep chasing me? Isn't it just a turtle egg? Is there a need? You little wench. Stole your mother's turtle egg and put it in Tian Kue, that old fogey's nest. Now, your mother's son is born and doesn't acknowledge your mother anymore. If I don't kill you, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Exalt's heart. Vile SPAW. And you connected to the Earth's core fire and burned this Exalt's dragon palace completely. Arg. This Exalt is definitely going to tear you to shreds today. Hey, how would I know that that place links to the Earth's core? It was chaotic ahead. There were probably 30 to 40 saint, sovereign heaven, powerhouses hunting down one person. Yi Yuan originally did not want to meddle in others' business, but after taking a closer look, he frowned and said, "Amen? Why does the person that they are hunting down seem to be Jingfei, that La S? Without waiting for him to wonder either, the person opposite who was being chased seemed to have seen Yi Yuan already and yelled, "Oh my, big brother Yi Yuan, you're here! If you didn't come, Jingfei would be killed by people. Quick, hurry up and come save me." Who could the person being hunted down be if not Jingfei? When Yi Yuan saw this line up, he could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Just how many vile deeds did this La S commit to actually attract the pursuit of dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? It was Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses front and back, the speed extremely fast. In a blink, Jingfei arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Swizz. H. Plus, Jingfei hid behind Yi Yuan with a flash and made a funny face at the bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and said, "Humph! My backer is here. See if you all still dare to chase. Keep chasing me, and big brother Yi Yuan will beat all of you down." Then she said to Yi Yuan pitifully, "Big brother Yi Yuan, why did you only come now? Sniff, sniff. I've been waiting for you for 10 years. Did you look at how these people bullied me? I was almost killed. Human boy, hand this La S over. Otherwise, we'll kill you together." Talk so much rubbish with him for what? Just a human bug. Kill him together. Hoo-hoo. This girlie said that this human is her backer. This girl is using a lower saint, sovereign heaven, to scare us. Ha ha ha. When these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses heard that, they all burst out laughing. Yi Yuan looked at Jingfei and could not resist rolling his eyes as he said crossly, "You lass, how many things have you done that incurs both the wrath of heaven and men?" The present Jingfei already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm too. However, after breaking through, her ability to cause trouble also increased greatly. But Yi Yuan was very surprised. This La S actually waited for him for 10 years. Seriously? Jingfei had an innocent look as she said, "I got bored of waiting for you. I had to find something to do." Yi Yuan's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This was not finding something to do. You're turning this sea region upside down. Looking at these sea folks who were glaring like ravening tigers, this hurdle today was probably not so easy to clear. Yi Yuan said to the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens with clasped hands, "I'm really sorry about it. My sister is young and ignorant, and she offended everyone. This Yi apologizes to everyone on her behalf. Looking on account of this Ye's face, everyone, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let her off." A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven dares to sell face to? You really don't know how the word death is written. The large turtle in front said disdainfully, "Your face? How much is your face worth?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Ye's face should still be worth some money." The large turtle gave a cold snort and said, "Reckless and blind thing, since you're courting death, then this Exalt will send you off." The large turtle roared and charged toward Yi Yuan while swaying its body. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just pointed an ordinary finger out. Bang! The large turtle immediately flew out, backward, 1,000 feet away. Everyone's expression changed wildly. They knew that this large turtle was Xianming Divine Turtle. Her cultivation realm already reached Upper Saint, Sovereign Heaven. This level of powerhouse was sent flying by Yi Yuan with one finger? Ga P.I.S. Sing this exalt off. This boy is a little creepy. Everyone attack together and finish this brat off. Then we kill that little wench. The large turtle roared and charged over again. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared from where he was. Bang, bang, bang. In several breaths of time, Yi Yuan threw dozens of punches out. Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H. Plus it was only to see one figure after another flying out like a fireworks display. Each person was merely one punch. Even Jingfei was dumbfounded from watching too. Big brother Yi Yuan, how did you become so incredible? Hee. I can do whatever I want in the future. This young lady wants to see who dares to provoke me. After the surprise, Jingfei clapped her hands in joy. Chapter 2787, Nautical Chart. Chapter 2787, Nautical Chart. Yi Yuan ignored Jingfei and said coolly, I wonder if this Ye's face is still worth some money. He already showed leniency just now and only sent these people flying. If not, these people would have been killed by him in one exchange. Although he was only a peak lower saint sovereign heaven powerhouse currently, ever since embarking on the path of a divergent cultivator, his understanding of great Tao became even deeper instead. Every movement and action showed its power even more. Of course, Jingfei this lass seemed to be fooling around, but she was not really an idiot either. These saint sovereign heavens that she provoked were actually not considered too strong. If they were too strong, it would also have been impossible for Jingfei to escape from so many people with her life. A giant crab had a fearful look as he said to the large turtle, Wu Tuan, this boy is so strong. Each and every one of the saint sovereign heavens present was terrified too. Yi Yuan's strength was too strong. Just now, if he dealt a killing blow, they would already be dead. The large turtle snorted coldly and said, Boy, do you really want to meddle in the affairs of Qiankui Sea region? You have to know, back then there was a human punk who was pursued tens of millions of miles by our Qiankui Sea region and almost died. Yi Yuan's brows could not help raising when he heard it. Could this person be Zhuo Bufan? The Zhuo Bufan who swept across everything in rain-clear continent had this experience too? Who almost died? Didn't he not die? Don't have any doubts. I'll be meddling in this girl's affairs. If you all have anything that you're unhappy about, feel free to come at me. Yi Yuan said coolly. He already showed the other party a lot of face. Since the other party really wanted to form a grudge, they could become enemies then. Yi Yuan was not even afraid of heavenly Tao. Could he still be scared of these sea folk? Moreover, Zhuo Bufan could kill his way out. Couldn't he, Yi Yuan, kill his way out? Wu Tuan was furious when she heard that and said, Very good. Boy, prepare to receive our wrath. Come on. The group of people left with a whiz. Well, at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward. A tremendous suction force transmitted out. Jingfei, who was just thinking of running away, was directly captured back from the void by Yi Yuan. Why, you caused trouble and you still want to slip away? Yi Yuan said with an unfriendly look. When did I? I wanted to go scout out the path, hee. Jingfei thickened her skin and said with a smile. Big Yellow smack the but talks. Hit hard, don't show mercy. This girl's skin is thick. Yi Yuan instructed coolly. Don't. Big brother Yi Yuan, don't hit me. I only got into big trouble for you. You look. As she said, Jingfei took a sheet of skin out. Yi Yuan received it and took a look. It was a map. This is This is a nautical chart. Didn't you want to go to the other side of the sea? It's very easy for you to get into trouble by traveling heedlessly like this. You have to know, there isn't just true sovereign heavens in the sea. There are even emperor-level true spirits in some powerful sea regions. No matter how strong you are, it's also impossible to be their match, right? With this nautical chart, you'll be able to avoid those powerful sea regions and will naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan gave Jingfei a strange glance. He did not expect that she actually took this out. Indeed, Yi Yuan was also most worried about precisely this when traveling by sea. The sea was too big, boundless. One would not know where home was. Once Trespa said into some powerful sea regions that would really be dying without knowing how he died. There were many major and minor sea regions marked on this nautical chart, especially some emperor-level sea regions that were marked using red. And this sea region that they were in right now was called Qian Kuei Sea Region, a true sovereign-level sea region. There were also more than 10 major and minor true sovereign sea regions around Qian Kuei Sea Region. This was also to say that the true sovereign heaven true spirit sea folk in these sea regions were more than 10. Even true sovereign heavens were numerous. So it could be imagined how many saint sovereign heavens there were in this ocean. The sea was not like land. This place was a vast expanse. When Pa-S sing through, they would be under the surveillance of the sea race. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it was also impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of the sea race. In the sea, there were countless true spirits. Could it be that Yi Yuan could still kill off all the true spirits in the sea? The danger of the sea lay in precisely this. Once an ordinary saint sovereign heaven was targeted by some sea folks if they joined forces and invited several saint sovereign heavens over. How could there be the logic of not dying? How is it? With a younger sister that cares for you, are you very moved? Jingfei said smugly. Yi Yuan put away the nautical chart and said with a cold snort, "Don't give me that! How did you steal people's turtle eggs and Pa-S? Sing when stealing a nautical chart. Also, you pierced through the earth's core and burned people's nests. It's also in order to find the nautical chart?" Jingfei hurriedly stuck her tongue out and said, "You already know?" "I'm not deaf. How could I not hear?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "Forget it. Looking on account of the nautical chart, I'll spare you this time. Hee, big brother Yi Yuan is the best. But why are you here?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Back then, when you transcended the tribulation at sea, Jingfei already knew that you were about to leave. Later, you established the Pill Pavilion on the Rain-Clear continent, the faction growing stronger and stronger. I knew that you were going to leave very soon. Hence, I came here to wait for you in advance, heading south all the way after coming out of the 7 great sea regions. One will enter the Qian Kuei Sea Region. Who knew that I waited 10 years? 10 years. I had to find something to do." Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. This girl, you were really asking for trouble. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan was a little touched in his heart too. Well, this girl was messing around, finding the nautical chart should be real. "You want to leave together with me?" Jingfei nodded and said, "I've already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven now. The 7 great sea regions have no meaning anymore. The outside world is what's fun. You came out. Then what about the Thistle South Sea region? When you left back then, didn't you leave behind some heavenly pills? Uncle Black Shark already broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. My big brother also broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. With them around, it will be fine." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, come along with me then." Jingfei grabbed onto Yi Yuan's arm and swung it hard as she said, "Hee, it's still big brother Yi Yuan who's the best." Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Don't be happy too early. This Qian Yi Sea region is probably not so easy to walk out of." As Yi Yuan expected, after Wu Tuan and the others returned, they immediately went to Qian Kuei Hall. Qian Kuei Sea region's overlord was a Qian Kuei fish that attained Tao. Lord Whale Billow, you have to uphold justice for us. That human punk is bullying people too far. Wu Tian complained tearfully. Lord Whale Billow, my palace has already become ruins. I don't even have a dwelling place anymore now. You have to stand up for this lowly one. A group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was currently all extremely grief-stricken as if their parents had died. The Lord Whale Billow that they spoke of was a great general under Qian Kuei, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpower house, his strength being extremely formidable. Whale Billow was originally indifferent, but hearing about Yi Yuan's strength, he nodded and said, Sovereign Qian Yi is currently in close seclusion. You all rest assured. Stars, H, I, plus an E, and I won't sit by idly and remain indifferent with regards to this matter. Chapter 2788. Fierce Battle with the Qian Kuei Sea Clan. Chapter 2788. Fierce Battle with the Qian Kuei Sea Clan. Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and strolled leisurely on the sea. The speed was not far and also not slow. Little dragon girl Jing Fei transformed into a flood dragon and circled around above the two people's heads, like a jubilant skylark. Very clearly, they did not take those sea folks seriously. Master Yi, is it really fine for us to be so leisurely? Big Yellow said, rather fluid you, S-tieredly. My goodness, you big yellow bull, why are you so long-winded? My big brother Yi Yuan is unparalleled under the heavens. How can these stinky sea folks be his match? Before Yi Yuan said anything, Jing Fei interrupted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not that we're not running, but that we can't get away even if we run. Since it will be a fight sooner or later, we'll fight then. But if it startles a true sovereign heaven, how can true sovereign heavens be so bored? If they really wanted to take action, Zhuo Bufan would have long died. How could he have possibly been chased down for 10 million miles? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the eyes of true sovereign heavens, Saint Sovereign Heavens were merely ant-like existences. Killing a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not do much good. How could they really care about such a trivial matter? According to the nautical chart, they only traveled less than half of the distance in the Qian Kuei Sea region. True sovereign-level sea regions were too big. It was virtually 10,000 times as large. Even if Yi Yuan pushed on with his journey with all his strength, it would take a year or two as well. There was no way to run at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he said, They are here! 2 grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens. Big Yellow's body tensed up, preparing for a great battle. After several breaths, the void trembled, and a large group of powerhouses appeared above the sea. After counting carefully, there were roughly 60 over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, more than twice as many as before. Whale Billow was in the forefront and looked at Yi Yuan and shouted coldly, Boy, you dare to cause trouble in Qian Yi Sea region. Are you tired of living? This Yi didn't cause trouble. It was just that my younger sister was mischievous. The trouble that she caused, I'll shoulder it. Yi Yuan's words were very flat, but it was extremely domineering. It was naturally impossible to hand Jing Fei over. Since that was the case, then he could only shoulder it. Whale Billow sneered coldly when he heard that and said, A mere lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, can you shoulder it? Yi Yuan said coolly, Whether or not I can bear it, wouldn't you know after trying it out? All right, I'll give it a try then. Whale Billow shouted loudly and threw a punch out with a loud bang. A transformed giant whale directly smashed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan raised his brows. Did not expect that this guy was actually a transformation powerhouse. However, he did not hesitate, similarly throwing a punch out. Boom! The surface of the sea shook. The transformed giant whale was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan with one punch. The exchange of blows between the two actually directly blew those Saint Sovereign Heavens away. It could be seen how strong this force was. Whale Billow's pupils constricted, horrified by Yi Yuan's strength. It turns out to be a divergent cultivator. No wonder your strength is so powerful. Whale Billow cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "You actually know about divergent cultivators." Whale Billow had a disdainful look as he said, "What's strange about this? There are countless heavens, chosens in the sea. Over time, there will more or less be some people that heaven is jealous of that appear. However, since you've stepped onto this path, your days are numbered too. Hand over that La SS. This exalt can let you spend your remaining days in peace." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My remaining years are very long. There's no need for you to worry about it." Whale Billow laughed loudly and said, "Boy, stop self-hypnotizing. Even if the divergent cultivators in our sea cultivate to true sovereign heaven, they will die miserably under the Tao tribulation in the end, without exception. What right do you have to be an exception?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My fate is up to me, not up to heaven." Whale Billow sneered and said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Stars, H-I plus any attack together and kill this boy. By the side, stars, H-I plus," and he nodded his head, his figure suddenly flash, H-I plus ing and disappearing, while the other saint, sovereign heaven, quickly retreated. In the next moment, countless star-like motes of light appeared around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling a great danger. His figure swayed, wanting to shake off these starlight dots. But right at this time, Whale Billow's giant whale attacked again. This time, Whale Billow did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan too. He directly used 70% of his strength. 5 giant whales sealed off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Boy, even if it's a divergent cultivator, they won't dare to look down on our Qian Kuei Sea region's 5 great war generals too. Go and die. Whale Billow gave a loud roar, his aura releasing fully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a small sword faintly appearing between his eyebrows. He bellowed and bombarded the surroundings frenziedly. At the same time, those starlights suddenly burst apart. Above the sea, it was as brilliant as fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying explosions completely drowned Yi Yuan. When Big Yellow saw this scene, his pupils constricted too. These 2 great, grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens were so strong. Jingfei's complexion turned deathly pale, patting her chest and saying, "It's okay, it's okay. Big brother Yi Yuan is the strongest. He'll definitely be fine." Humph. D-A-M-N girl, you'd better worry about yourself. The 5 great war generals under Sovereign Qian Kuei's command are all transformation powerhouses. This time, in order to deal with this punk, 2 were dispatched at once. This kid is dead for sure. The large turtle and the others were already too impatient to wait. They charged toward Jingfei, while another group of people also besieged Big Yellow. They were unable to take part in Yi Yuan's battle with the 2 great war generals at all. Too strong. If they entered, they would only be instantly killed. Uft, uft. Wu Tuan's voice had yet to fade when stars, H-I plus and E, and Whale Billow, 2 people spurted blood at the same time, their bodies flying out backward. Meanwhile, the place of the original explosion formed a vacuum area with Yi Yuan as the center. Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed while stars, H-I plus and E, and Whale Billow, 2 people were injured by the backlash. The expressions of the Qian Kuei sea folks present changed one after another. How is this possible? A divergent cultivator can't be so strong either, right? He's just lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. 2 great generals are actually not this boy's match. I heard that a divergent cultivator appeared in 9 Lives Sea region before, but when he was lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, he could at most rival a peak upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Why is this kid so strong? It was not that there were no divergent cultivators, but they had not seen before such a freak. For ordinary divergent cultivators, being able to jump 2 minor realms and face the enemy was already very impressive. But Yi Yuan directly jumped 3 minor realms to confront the enemy. Furthermore, it was 1-on-2. Furthermore, it was even 2 transformation powerhouses. Those able to rank among the 5 great war generals were extremely powerful people. Qian Kuei, Sea Regions, Grand Completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens were naturally not just the 5 of them, but the 5 of them were the strongest. But now, 2 people joined forces, and actually could not beat Yi Yuan. This was a little scary. D.A.M. and it. This boy is a 3 laws divergent cultivator. He's too strong. The 2 of us can't resist him. Wu Tuan, you quickly send a message and have Purple Sandal and Soulcut come over too. Whale Billow yelled out. Hearing the yell, Wu Tuan was shocked. This kid was actually already so strong to this extent. It actually needed for great transformation experts to deal with him. However, she did not hesitate, plunging into the sea fiercely. A small sword loomed between Yi Yuan's eyebrows. 3 great power of rules operated without ceasing, the momentum seemingly unstoppable. It caused Whale Billow and Stars, H.I. plus any 2 people to steadily lose ground. Chapter 2789, A Big Deal. Chapter 2789, A Big Deal. Above the sea, sword energy crisscrossed. Stars, H.I. plus any and Whale Below 2 people were beaten to the point where they kept vomiting blood. Although those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were chasing after Big Yellow and Jingfei avoided the core battlefield, each and every one of them was extremely alarmed. The present Yi Yuan lost his All-Incompa, Sing Sacred Tree, but he condensed and formed a Tao sword with his own Tao and gained enlightenment on heaven and earth with the Tao sword, perfecting himself. One could say that the Tao sword was another All-Incompa, Sing Sacred Tree, forcibly condensing the 3 great power of rules together. This was Yi Yuan's own Tao, especially after the baptism and tempering of the 3-9 Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword became extremely powerful, activating 3 power of rules with the power of the Tao sword. It was comparable to 3 laws transformation, 5th form. In fact, it was even stronger. Therefore, although Saint Sovereign Heaven this realm span was huge, to Yi Yuan there were basically no opponents already apart from Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, Stars, H.I. plus any and Whale Below 2 people's strengths were indeed powerful too. They were actually able to last under now at Yi Yuan's hands. D.A.M. and it. How can this boy be so strong? Lord Stars, H.I. plus any and Lord Whale Billow almost can't hold on any more. Why hasn't that Wu Tuan returned yet? If Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut still don't come, the 2 lords are going to be killed. D.A.M. and girl, don't run if you have the capabilities. Over on this side, Jingfei's speed was extremely fast, slipping away from a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. While on the other side, Big Yellow alone restrained 20 to 30 powerhouses, and he also fought while running. The present Big Yellow, his strength already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his combat power was also extremely powerful. If not for there being too many people, he would have long resolved the fight already. You big Dumba. SES, why would I fight you all head-on? After my big brother, Yi Yuan defeats those 2. He'll naturally come and take care of you guys. Jingfei laughed coyly. The faces of each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after her became black as the bottom of a pot. What they were worried about was also precisely this. Who would have thought that 2 great generals moved out and could not even take care of Yi Yuan? However, right at this time, 2 powerful auras came from the sea and arrived with a howl. All the Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately overjoyed. They are here. Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut are here. 4 great war generals attacking at the same time. This kid is dead for sure. Ha 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 D.A.M. N La S. See if you can still be arrogant. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus two figures appeared instantly, looking toward the scene of the battle in the distance. Their pupils immediately constricted. Bold little thief, to dare show off your power in our Qiankui Sea region. Prepare to die. General Purple Sandal yelled angrily and brandished his blade, charging towards Yi Yuan. General Soulcut also directly joined the battle without a word. Bang! 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 The addition of Purple Sandal, two people, instantly escalated the fight. Above the sea, tumultuous waves were swept up. Many sea folks at the bottom of the sea could not avoid them in time and were directly blasted out. Regarding four great transformation experts, that combat power was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. The two who were originally being beaten until they vomited blood repeatedly were also roused at this time. For people completely unleashed their big moves, suppressing Yi Yuan frenziedly. For some time, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. When Whale Billow saw Yi Yuan being suppressed, he immediately said with a loud laugh, "For out of the 5 great war generals moved out, boy, you can be sufficiently proud." Yi Yuan formed a sword with his finger and fired out one terrifying 3-laws sword energy after another. But his words were calm as he said, "This Yi is merely pious, sing by, and doesn't want to clash with everyone. Keep fighting like this, and I won't be holding back anymore. Do you all really want to force me?" Purple Sandal smiled coldly and said, "Boy, can't beat means you can't beat. Opening your mouth to beg for mercy now, it's too late." Whale Billow smiled and said, "Boy, I gave you a chance previously. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Yi Yuan's kindly persuasion turned into begging for mercy when the 4 great generals heard it. Currently, in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could still have reservations. But keep fighting like this. Once his combat power was unleashed, he would not be able to hold back anymore. But it looks like these sea folks did not intend to stop either. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and yelled coldly, "Universe, sword formation, condense!" The small sword at Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly emitted a powerful light. Hundreds of small swords instantly condensed and formed in the air. Yi Yuan condensed transformed swords with divine essence and formed the universe, sword formation. The current Yi Yuan did not cultivate a world. He only cultivated the Tao sword. His world collapsed. All of the divine essences were stored in the Tao sword. The Tao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. If the sword existed, the person lived. If the sword perished, the person would be dead. Once the universe sword formation was unleashed, it instantly enveloped the 4 great war generals. The faces of the 4 great generals changed at the same time, each and every one of them feeling a great danger. As soon as the sword formation rose, the 4 people were directly split apart, each fighting for themselves, and the pressure suddenly increased. In merely a blink of an eye, the situation reversed again. The other saint sovereign heavens were immediately dumbfounded. This, he still has a trump card? What a strong sword formation! The 4 lords utilized great Tao transformation and are actually unable to break out of the encirclement. Even 4 great generals can't do anything to this kid. What to do? Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to such an extent. For out of 5 great generals moved out and were still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Didn't this mean that an entire Qiankui Sea region, apart from sovereign Qiankui, Yi Yuan could sweep away all? When Jingfei, who was currently running away, saw the sword formation rise, she immediately laughed loudly and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is too impressive. See if any of you still dare to bully me. I'll make Big brother Yi Yuan take care of you in a while." The sea folks were really going crazy. This girl was really too arrogant. Yet, they could not do anything to her. Dam and La S, don't get smug. After Sovereign Qiankui makes a move, you all will die without a burial ground. Wu Tuan said furiously when she saw the situation. She had just invited 2 great generals over, thinking that the battle could be reversed instantly, completely quelling things. Who knew that she had not caught her breath yet, and Yi Yuan suppressed the 4 great generals again. Yet this girl was still pulling aggro. She wished to tear this girl to pieces alive. Jingfei made a funny face at her and said smugly, "Rubbish. Plus, if Sovereign Qian Kuei is really going to make a move, he would have long taken action. Would he still wait until now? Hee, you big turtle, I'm going to ride you, and look at the sea. If you dare to be disobedient, I'll hit you until your head retracts. If you're still disobedient, I'll make Big Brother Yi Yuan beat your head out." Hearing Jingfei's words, Wu Tuan almost went crazy. If it were normal times, she would just treat it as a joke. But now there was really the possibility. At the thought of being toyed around by this lass, she even had the heart to die. What are you all still in a daze for? The 4 of us aren't his match. Go and call some people over for me. Quickly return to Qian Kuei Hall. Raise the alert to the highest level in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region. Go tell Yin Yang. Have him go invite the war generals of the nearby 3 great sea regions over. On the battlefield, a loud yell suddenly came from Whale Billow. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. It was not that he could not accept failure. It was just that with the entire Qian Kuei Sea region being challenged by a human punk, wouldn't it be treated as a joke in the various major sea regions in the future? Therefore, Yi Yuan must die today. The expressions of the saint sovereign heavens present changed one after another. With this, it became a big deal. Chapter 2790. Reaching the limit of patience. There's no need to tolerate any more. Chapter 2790. Reaching the limit of patience. There's no need to tolerate any more. What did you say? Whale Billow, the 4 of them are not that human's match. When Yun Yang heard about this kid, he suddenly stood up, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wu Tuan's turtle face was almost squeezing into a ball as she said bitterly, "Yes, Lord Yun Yang. Lord Wakeloud asked you to move faster. Any slower and they won't be able to withstand any more." Yun Yang felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. With 4 great war generals going into battle together, unless it was a war between sea regions, it was completely impossible. 5 great war generals, each ruled a region. They were all existences who had millions under them and only 1 person above them. To be able to make them join forces, what kind of terrifying strength did that require? A human lower saint sovereign heaven actually forced the 4 people to do this. And it. Lord Sovereign is currently in close seclusion to deal with the true sovereign Tao tribulation. He can't get away. Inviting the war generals of other sea regions to take action will definitely cause us to bleed. Yun Yang called 3 people over and instructed, "The 3 of you, go to Dingxiang Sea region and Peiyin Sea region right now. You must invite 2 general-level powerhouses to take action. As for the price, as long as they are willing to take action, each person will have 3 sea soul pills." Everyone's expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Sea soul pill! Your Excellency, sea soul pills has to do with entering true sovereign heaven. Isn't this too costly?" Yun Yang waved his hand and said, "How can true sovereign heaven be so easy to enter? Sea soul pills can strengthen the origin divinity and greatly increase the chances of breaking through to true sovereign heaven, but that's all. With these guys' shrewdness, would they be willing to make a move if we don't pay the price? All right, you guys go if Lord Qian Kuei really blames. This exalt will shoulder it." Yin Yang already said so. They naturally did not dare to say any more. After the 3 people left, Yun Yang Pa-S, said the order, commanding all of Qian Kuei Sea region's grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens, to all rush to the battlefield. Anyone who defied the order would be executed without pardon. After the order was Pa-S said, Yun Yang brought Wu Tuan as well as 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. They whizzed away to the battlefield. Lord Yunyang is here too. This is the entire Qian Kuei hall swarming out in full force. Could it be that so many people can't take this kid down too? Seeing the battlefield getting bigger and bigger, the expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. They originally thought that it was just a trivial matter, just killing a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. How major could it be? But now, it actually caused the Qian Kuei Hall to emerge in full force. Feeling more and more powerful auras, Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He already showed mercy in his action, all right? Could it be that these sea folks were all lunatics? If he did not kill people, did they really take him to be a soft persimmon? If not for being apprehensive of true sovereign heavens, he would not care about these sea folks' life and death. The reason why he showed mercy was merely because he did not want to offend true sovereign heavens terribly. But now they were bullying others too far. Yunyang brought 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and joined the battlefield. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. He exclaimed, "Everyone, this Yi has already shown mercy. Can't you really not tell? If you keep plussing me like this, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore." 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens, plus 5 grand completion transformation realms. This combat power could already be called terrifying. Yi Yuan was strong, but it was also impossible to be so strong. At this time, he already had his full strength being forced out too, and was unable to hold back anymore. What was left was a life and death battle. Yi Yuan did not want to offend a sea region to the core, but these guys were bullying people too far. The trouble that Jingfei caused was not small, but later on, he also asked about it. It was not really a serious matter. There was no need to be irreconcilable till death. It was also precisely because of this that he had been pulling his punches all along. Otherwise, at the beginning, Yi Yuan could have directly employed the universe, sword formation, and annihilated whale billow and stars. I plus NE. Boy, it's also not that we can't stop. As long as you hand over that girl, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, my Qian Kuei Sea region's face won't tolerate a human like yourself to provoke like this. Whale Billow also shouted. In reality, they were scared too. The Partic, 1. P. Asian of Yunyang, and 8 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens merely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword formation was seriously unbelievably strong, but now the arrow was notched on the bow and had no choice but to release it. If they could not keep Jingfei behind, they were seriously unable to give an explanation. Both sides stuck to their guns just like that. Over there, Jingfei, who had been rejoicing all along, also could not laugh anymore with this. No matter how mischievous she was, she also knew that she caused big trouble this time. How could she have thought that the momentary mischievousness previously would have caused the entire Qian Kuei Sea region to riot? This joke blew up a little too big. Big brother Yi Yuan, why don't you hand Jingfei over? Sniff, sniff. I was wrong. Jingfei cried while running. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "What a joke! If the sky falls, I'll shoulder it. Big Yellow, there are more and more of them. You quickly bring Jingfei south and break out of the encirclement. I'll rush over very soon." Yes, Master Yi. Big Yellow felt a headache too, Wisconsin H. Plussing to smack Jingfei to death with one slap. This La S was too capable of causing trouble. However, Big Yellow had been together with Yi Yuan for a long time, and he already understood Yi Yuan's temper very well. At this time, he absolutely would not abandon his companion and leave. When Yi Yuan was holding back previously, he was naturally holding back too. The coquettish profligate hoof did not erupt with full power. At this time, he no longer held anything back. With a roar, his body suddenly started twisting strangely. Boom! A kick thrust out. The 3 to 4 middle Saint Sovereign Heavens in front were directly burst apart by him. carving open ABL, Y path, big yellow headed straight for Jingfei. With another hoof kick, it sent those Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after him flying. Then, he took Jingfei and sprinted south. Chase! You must keep that La S behind for this exalt. Yuanchen, you go and help kill that bull. Whale Billow bellowed, ordering one of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to get out of the battlefield and pursue. When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of cold light flashed across his eyes, and he yelled coldly, "This Yi wants to see who can leave. Kill." At this time, Yi Yuan was genuinely enraged too. It was only to see him yell fiercely. The universe, sword formation, suddenly became fierce. Previously, he had always been focusing on defense. Offense was secondary. Now, he could not care less anymore, directly turning the universe, sword formation, into a killing move. For a time, cold light erupted brilliantly. That Yuan Shen was just about to leave the battlefield when he was directly pierced by dozens of sword lights, falling into the sea. This was Yi Yuan's first time employing a killing move. However, as soon as the killing move came out, Yi Yuan's defense was greatly weakened too. After all, there were 5 great transformation experts present. Under this blow, he suffered some injuries too. Seeing Yi Yuan suddenly become fierce, Whale Billow and the rest were greatly shocked. Only then did they know how terrifying the power of this sword formation was. Before, Yi Yuan was really holding back too much. Otherwise, if they came one by one, they would have died long ago. But once Yi Yuan's killing move was unleashed, and once a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven fell, this matter really could not be resolved anymore. Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to kill people! Today it's irreconcilable till death." Yi Yuan's gaze turned fierce, and he said with a cold snort, "Do you all really think that I'm scared of you? This he gave in time and again, but you all keep puss. I plussing it, reaching the limit of my patience. Then there's no need to tolerate any more." Chapter 2791, Fighting His Way Out. Chapter 2791, Fighting His Way Out. Move! Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, controlling dozens of flying swords to kill a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse again. At this time, Yi Yuan already slew 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. But in the time that he killed these 3 people, another 5 came one after another. These 5 people were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan was not afraid, urging the universe sword formation to the extreme. After fighting fiercely for a long time, the 5 great war generals were long already a spent force. At this time, they could only barely manage to resist. If it dragged on a while longer, he might not be unable to kill 1 or 2 of them. Summing when not killing, but when he went on a killing spree, then he would kill until the other party got chills. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. After all, this place was a large sea region with countless powerhouses. Human boy, you slaughtered my Qian Kuei sea region's powerhouses. I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today. Yun Yang roared angrily, helplessly watching 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die in front of them. These people became even crazier. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Today's battle, this Yi showed leniency time and again. It was you all who kept puss. I plussing me. Now, you're blaming this Yi for killing people. Hoo-hoo! Do you really think that I'm scared of you all? Once slaughter starts, I'll go on a killing spree then." As he said, Yi Yuan urged the sword formation and rushed toward sword formation frenziedly. Among this group of people, stars, I plus and he was the most heavily injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Want to kill, then it was naturally him. Of course, fighting until now, Yi Yuan's injuries were not weak either. But compared to his opponents, it was still within an acceptable range. And it. Why aren't those guys here yet? When Whale Billow saw that Stars, H, I plus NE was almost unable to withstand, he was anxious until his face contorted. But the current Yi Yuan completely had a reckless fighting style that disregarded his life. His offensive power was extremely fearsome. Being in the sword formation, there was no leeway for him to be distracted. Just as they were fighting fiercely, several powerful auras suddenly arrived with a howl. When Whale Billow and the rest felt this aura, they were instantly ecstatic. Ha ha ha. Kid, the 6 great war generals in the nearby 3 great sea regions are about to arrive soon. This time, see if you still won't die. Whale Billow said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan naturally felt these powerful auras too, and he was also slightly surprised in his heart. So many general powerhouses, he could not bear it too. Once surrounded, it would really cost him a layer of skin even if he did not die. Is that so? Then, you all have a batch die, first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly formed a seal. Hundreds of sword lights, all pierced toward Stars. H, I, plus NE with a whistle. Stars. H, I, plus, and he only felt that it was all sword light, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There was nowhere to evade at all. Stars. H, I plus NE. Whale Billow roared loudly, but it was already too late to want to save. In desperation, the martial techniques of Whale Billow and the rest smashed towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan had long expected it, spatial rule instantly unfolding. However, it was the joint attack of 4 great war generals. The power was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out Stars. H, I, plus NE, and the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven beside him were directly blown into nothingness by Yi Yuan without the slightest resistance. Swizz. H, plus, and right at this time, an afterimage streaked across the sky. Yi Yuan actually took advantage of this interval and flew away. But at this time, Yi Yuan's abdomen was empty. Flesh and blood actually could not even be seen. This strike earlier, he avoided the vitals, but he still could not completely avoid it in the end. D, AM, and it. That boy is seriously injured. Chase after and kill him. Yun Yang yelled, a group of people chasing after Yi Yuan frenziedly. Among the 5 people, Whale Billow was the closest to Stars. H, I, plus NE. Now Stars. H, I, plus NE was killed. Whale Billow was furious to the extreme. Mother asterisk cur. This kid sustained such heavy wounds, but he can actually still run so fast. Don't let your father catch up if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was severely injured at this time. Even his speed slowed down too. However, he already swallowed 2 grade 5 heavenly pills. His injuries and divine essence were in the midst of recovering rapidly. These 2 grade 5 heavenly pills were precisely grade 5 true grade heavenly pills. The recovery power was extremely shocking. In the past few decades, Yi Yuan put most of his energy on alchemy. He devoted himself to studying the 100 Herbs Ilyu-S Trotted Handbook, as well as the Alchemy Tao records obtained from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. At present, his Alchemy Tao already improved further, although grade 5 heavenly medicines were precious. Since Yi Yuan was heading out, it was naturally impossible not to make any preparations. Otherwise, in the vast sea, he would be exhausted to death by people too. Yun Yang and the rest were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Their speed was naturally not slow. It looked like the distance from Yi Yuan was dwindling little by little. But very soon, they discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body grew stronger and stronger, and his speed got faster and faster. At this moment, Whale Billow and the others could not help but want to curse and swear. F-U-C King H-E-L-L. Is this kid immortal? Why is he recovering so fast? Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. Whale Billow stomped his feet in annoyance. Only a moron would not run. Dawdling with you here to wait for death? But Yi Yuan felt that there were more than 10 powerful auras currently howling over from several directions ahead. Among them, there were 6 powerhouses who were not weaker than Whale Billow and the other powerhouses who were currently Russ. Plussing over swiftly. Yi Yuan naturally planned it out when he chose to break through the encirclement at this time. Being heavily injured, he was unable to face 10 great, grand completion, Saint Sovereign, Heaven transformation powerhouses. He would be biting off more than he could chew. Once surrounded by them, then he would really be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Ahead, 6 powerful auras already got closer and closer, their figures already appearing in the horizon. Whale Billow was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, Bing Qin, Zhou Lin, Fei Yan, delay this punk. Don't let him run away. The powerhouse called Bing Qin said with a loud laugh, Whale Billow, your Qian Kuei Sea region is too weak. So many people besieging a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and you actually let him run away. Haha, want us to act, sure. Add another sea soul pill each. Zhou Lin took the opportunity to extort. Whale Billow did not have time to bargain with him, and immediately said, No problem. Attack for me. Bing Chen laughed loudly and said, Brat, you a human, actually dare to act wildly in the sea region. You're really tired of living. Stay behind obediently. Your Lord Bing will use you to trade for sea soul pills. Done talking, the 6 people's auras released, transformation martial techniques, SMAs. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan crazily. With 6 great transformation powerhouses making a move. How shocking was the commotion. At this time, Yi Yuan's injuries were already 60% recovered. The large hole in his abdomen pretty much recovered already too. Facing the pincer attack of 6 great powerhouses, he did not reduce his speed, but divine essence erupted instead, his speed skyrocketing. When Whale Billow saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting, and he cried out in shock, Be careful, this boy's sword formation is extremely formidable. Stars. Plus, and he already died at his hands just now. Bing Chen and the rest were naturally not fools. Just now, they only had the intention of nauseating Whale Billow and the others. Before coming, they were already aware of it. Furthermore, for a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to be able to escape from the hands of 5 great transformation powerhouses, it indicated a lot of things in itself. Therefore, they did not hold back on this strike, but called forth all their power. However, hearing that stars, plus and he actually died, these people were still shocked. But at this time, they already clashed in close quarters. Yi Yuan ignored the rest and rushed straight for Zhou Lin, his speed swift to the extreme. Just now, when he suddenly accelerated, he actually barely managed to avoid the 6 people's combined attack. And at this time, Universe Sword Formation emerged in full force. Die! Yi Yuan roared, countless sword lights sweeping toward Zhou Lin. and it. Save me. Zhou Lin's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. But it was already too late. Both parties' speed was too fast, describing it was slow. But actually it was merely a blink of an eye, and both parties already clashed in close quarters. Boom! A terrifying explosion transmitted out of the void. Zhou Lin instantly turned to ashes under this blow. A streak of flowing light cut across the sky. Yi Yuan actually forcefully killed his way out amidst the encirclement of 6 people. However, Yi Yuan was not any better. The combined attack of 6 great transformation experts. He did not defend at all either. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. He only avoided the core of the strike, but ultimately he was unable to completely avoid it. Chapter 2792. If this exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. Chapter 2792. If this exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. Shao Qing, didn't you say that the sea is full of dangers? Why does it seem to be just like that when we walked all the way? Reputation isn't as good as meeting in the flesh. Maybe the true spirits in the sea are all very friendly? Amen, what you said is right. Sigh, this Exalt has been invincible in the Yuchi continent far too long, and is seriously a little bored. Otherwise, I really couldn't quite bear to leave. Master is amazingly talented. Your apartment, Tude reigning the present era. A tiny little Yuchi continent can't accommodate Master anymore. Being able to follow Master to take a look at the world outside is Xiao Qing's paramount honor. Hoo-hoo! Xiao Qing has discerning eyes like burning torches. This Exalt just likes this about you. Xiao Qing, do you think that Master, I can also reign the contemporary era when I go outside? That's a certainty. Master will definitely find lucky chances very soon and break through to true sovereign heaven. Then you'll ascend to the summit again and look down proudly on the present era. Haha, I think so too. It's just that this sea is vast and a little boring. A youth in an azure S. H.I. plus R.T. rode a black ox and was currently strolling on the surface of the sea, enjoying it very pleasantly like he was on a vacation. The youth in a green S.H.I. plus R.T. had a look like only he was invincible, and the loneliness of an expert. However, his aura was indeed very powerful. He was actually a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. The black bull under his seat was also initial stage Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of strength, even when placed in the sea, it was rather strong too. Therefore, it was still considered peaceful traveling all this way. The youth was called Yangqing, the Yuchi continent's strongest powerhouse, similarly to the Zhuobu Fan back then. However, he no longer had room for improvement on Yuchi continent. That was why he would leave to search for the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven. Suddenly, there was an undulation in the void far away. The lethargic Yangqing suddenly became excited. There's someone. Traveled for a year already, finally met a living person. Only lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he actually dares to come to the sea. That's pretty gutsy. Xiao Qing, go over. Yangqing patted Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing understood, and his figure moved, going up to greet. Very soon, a figure appeared in Yangqing's field of vision. It was a young man in a white S.H.I. plus our two little brother. The sea is vast. How about we become companions? Yangqing called out loudly. Yi Yuan, who was currently flying away swiftly, his expression could not help becoming a little strange when he heard the call. This guy wanted to become buddies and travel together with him? Tired of living, right? No need. Each goes his own way. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yangqing was not angry either, keeping up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, and said with a smile, Little brother, I see that your strength isn't strong. If you come with me, your safety will be guaranteed too. But your speed is pretty fast. Yi Yuan gave Yangqing a glance, rather surprisingly too. This guy could actually keep up with his speed. However, he was also very surprised to run into a human here. Looking at the other party, he also guessed a little. He probably set out to sea to look for lucky chances. If you're not afraid of death, just follow me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Afraid of death? Little brother, you must be joking. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am invincible under the heavens, unless a true sovereign heaven acts. Otherwise, this Exalt will keep you safe. Yangqing said with a loud laugh. The large black bull also said, Young one, relax. Master's strength sweeps across the present era. Even if 5 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens come, they're not his match either. Protecting a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, like you, is too effortless. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was overly confident, right? Was this hypnotizing himself that he was really invincible under the heavens? If there wasn't a group of troops in pursuit behind me, I could slap you to death right now. Do you believe it or not? Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these two living treasures and flew without any care, urging his speed to the extreme. Hoo-hoo, little brother, this sea is so vast. Why are you in such a hurry? Why not slow down and enjoy the scenery of nature a little? It's conducive to the improvement of Realm 2, Yang Qing said with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother, you're very cold. Let this exalt tells you. It's very hard to achieve great Tao with this kind of mentality. There aren't as many dangers as you think in the sea. Even if there are, you should also look at it with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother, Yang Qing, was also bored for too long. Finally having found someone to talk to, his entire person became a chatterbox. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him, but he was also somewhat surprised at the other party's strength. Even if it was grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, there were not many capable of keeping up with his speed too. Suddenly his expression changed. 5 powerful auras ahead came to intercept. He detected it. Yang Qing naturally perceived it too. Are these sea race powerhouses? After traveling for so long, it's still this exalt's first time encountering sea race powerhouses. Let's go and say hi, Yang Qing said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan was speechless again. How exhausting! How did this guy cultivate to his current realm? In virtually a blink of an eye, the 5 auras already arrived with a howl. These 5 people were shockingly all general-level powerhouses. Yang Qing did not wait for the other party to speak either, directly going up to greet as he said with a smile, Hoo-hoo, gentlemen are sea race powerhouses, right? This exalt is Yuchi Continent's #1 person, Saint Exalt Azure Sky. Today, I'm fortunate to get acquainted with you. You're together with this punk. A sea race powerhouse in the forefront directly interrupted Yang Qing's words and asked coldly. Yang Qing smiled and said, Of course, we're together. Yi Yuan could not let out a single word. He was really speechless. This guy was really bold enough. Couldn't he tell whether it was good or bad words? Kill! The sea race powerhouse roared, 5 people directly going all out and suppressing Yi Yuan 2 people. Yang Qing was taken aback. Before he could react to what was going on, the other party already acted. However, he was well deserving of being Yuchi Continent's #1 person. He suddenly slammed a punch out and actually reached first despite launching later, directly repelling the 2 people in front. And Yi Yuan also released the universe sword formation and clashed together with 3 people. How could the large black bull dare to take part in such a grand battle? It ran away with a whoosh. My goodness! Is there some misunderstanding, gentlemen? Yang Qing fought as he said, No misunderstanding. That general in the forefront yelled, But this exalt didn't provoke you all. Yang Qing said in puzzlement, You didn't, but he did. Hey, little brother, just how did you provoke them? Yang Qing could not resist looking towards Yi Yuan and could not help getting a shock. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3 and actually suppressed the other party. These 3 people were all transformation experts. Just now, he actually looked down on this kid. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually suppressed 3 great transformation powerhouses. This boy was actually even more monstrous than him. It's nothing. I just killed a few people, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Qing heard this, he said, Oh, it's merely 5 transformation experts. There won't be a problem if we join forces. This exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. After saying this, Yang Qing released his aura and beat the 2 people until they steadily lost ground. But in this short delay, several dozen powerful auras in the rear arrived with a howl. All of them were grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven experts. When Yang Qing saw the situation, his scalp could not help tingling, and he cried out strangely, Kid, just how many freaking powerhouses did you provoke? Chapter 2793, Sudden Counterattack. Chapter 2793, Sudden Counterattack. It's also not a lot. I've killed people from the 4 great sea regions. Now, The 4 great sea regions, powerhouses, are all on the way to hunt me down. Oh, these 4 great sea regions, overlords, are all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down as he said coolly. Yang Qing only felt his scalp tingle, feeling speechless. True sovereign heaven powerhouse. Just now, he was still saying that he would protect Yi Yuan under true sovereign heaven. But now, this fellow really provoked true sovereign heavens. Who am I? Where am I? Aren't I invincible? Hurry up and break out of the encirclement. We won't be able to run if we're surrounded. Yi Yuan shouted loudly, universe sword formation suddenly erupting, inflicting heavy wounds onto someone by trading injuries and flying away once more. Wait for me. Yang Qing sent the 2 people flying with 1 punch and chased after Yi Yuan. Xiao Qing was sharp too, Das. H.I. plussing under Yang Qing's crotch with a lunge. You're still following me? Yi Yuan said in surprise. They already think that I'm together with you. Little brother, you're a formidable figure to actually be able to cause an uproar in 4 great sea regions. I feel that we're kindred spirits. Yang Qing said in admiration. Yi Yuan was speechless. Who was freaking kindred spirits with you? However, with such a powerhouse following, it could share quite a bit of pressure, so Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Behind them, Whale Billow shouted loudly, Punk whose surname G, you can't escape. The powerhouses of 3 great sea regions ahead are already all Russ. H.I. plussing over towards this side. This group of people had already chased Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Yuan already killed more than 10 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as he moved. Among them, he had killed the war generals of 4 great sea regions. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan completely triggered an uproar in the 4 great sea regions. All of the 4 great sea regions' powerhouses swarmed out in full force, carrying out obstructions and intercepting him. The fights along the way were like just now. Yang Qing just happened to run into Yi Yuan during the interval of pursuit. What surprised Yi Yuan was that beyond the shock, Yang Qing was actually rather excited to encounter this kind of situation. This guy's brain had a problem, right? As for the Whale Billow at the back, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. Little brother, there's no meaning in running like this. Why don't we join hands and pull off a big play? How about it? Ha ha! Really haven't had such a thrilling thing for a long time. Yang Qing actually giggled. He had been invincible on the Yuchi continent for too long. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that this Yang Qing strength was extremely formidable, fighting 1-on-2 with great ease. If he joined hands with him, they could pull it off. Continue running like this was not a solution either. Okay, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Yang Qing said excitedly, how do I address little brother? Yi Yuan. Younger brother, Ye's sword formation is very formidable. You use the sword formation to cover me. Let's do a sudden counterattack. No problem. Yang Qing was taken aback and said, you trust me so much? Aren't you scared that I sell you out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you can't sell me. Yang Qing laughed and said, all right, domineering enough. You have the style of me. Saint Exalt Azure Sky. Kill. Yang Qing roared, his figure suddenly shooting backward, charging toward the crowd. With the delay just now, both sides' distance was already extremely near. The moment he turned back, both sides directly fought in close quarters. The group that was pursuing them already reached more than 30 people. Adding in those few war general powerhouses earlier, the other side's transformation experts, now were as many as 13 people. This force was absolutely extremely terrifying. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule, his figure turning around by defying common sense, and was actually even faster than Yang Qing. But at this time, the long spear in Yang Qing's hand shook an Astonies. H.I. plussing momentum rising to the sky. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt it too. This Yang Qing was a Tula's transformation. However, This guy perfectly fused spear Tao and destruction Tao together. Before the long spear was unleashed, everyone already felt a destructive power, and the grand mist treasure long spear in Yang Qing's hands actually turned false and real, the imposing momentum condensing without scattering. Clearly, Yang Qing was a super powerhouse in the spear path. The team that was pursuing was chasing after with all their might. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people still dared to deal a sudden counterattack. With this, they were caught off guard. Tyrant's spear! Yang Qing shouted loudly, the long spear piercing through the head of the war general, who was in his face like a rainbow. Tyrant spear? B-A-S-T-A-R-D spear 1? Why did this guy feel so unreliable? However, his strength was extremely strong. Universe sword. Yi Yuan also shouted fiercely, similarly finest. H-I, plussing off a war general powerhouse. One exchange, 2 general-level experts fell. The group that was chasing them was immediately dumbfounded. However, Whale Billow and the rest had seen before grand spectacles too. They woke up extremely quickly. Kill! Don't let these 2 punks run. Must kill them. Whale Billow growled. There was no need for him to instruct them. There were already countless attacks that smashed toward the 2. The A.S. Salt earlier, the 2 people directly disrupted the other party's formation. At this time, as soon as Yi Yuan released the universe sword formation, it directly enveloped dozens of people inside, helping Yang Qing to block most of the attacks. While Yang Qing's long spear had an unstoppable momentum, piercing through another ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven with 1 spear again. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. Surround the 2 of them. Don't let them run. Whale Billow bellowed. They were hunting down Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan was fine, but they died one after another. Whale Billow was virtually going insane now. Although 2 general-level powerhouses died, there were still 11 of them. Once they formed an encirclement, it was definitely impossible for Yi Yuan 2 people to escape. Can't ward off anymore. Retreat. Just before the other party formed an encirclement, Yi Yuan directly urged the sword formation and killed a grand completion sword formation heaven, killing his way out of the heavy encirclement again. Punk, you sold me out. Yang Qing was currently too excited from the slaughtering and did not react in time at all. He shouted loudly, his back directly sustaining a vicious blow, half his body collapsing. However, he also forcefully killed his way out and caught up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not refrain from rolling his eyes. Why was this guy so stubborn? That sort of situation just now, did he still need him to warn? Could it be that he was even prepared to kill all these people? Yang Qing was strong, but he was also merely about on par with Yi Yuan. Killing, they definitely could not kill easily. Once entangled, that would be death. But Yang Qing was good, getting excited from killing, and actually wanted to fight to the death. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over. The moment Yang Qing caught it and looked, his eyes could not help lighting up, and he cried out in surprise, "True grade! Good stuff!" Immediately, without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. His body that was blown away also grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ha ha ha, really good stuff. Come, let's fight again." Yang Qing raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Whale Billow and the others who were at the back could not help being shocked, their speed immediately slowing down. However, Yi Yuan 2 people directly increased their speed and shook everyone off. Punk who's surnamed Yi, I'll definitely kill you." From behind came Whale Billow's bellow. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. "It wasn't me who mocked you either. What are you killing me for?" However, with the addition of Yang Qing, this great escape became interesting. 1. It's a wordplay that sounds similar to be A-S-T-A-R-D. Chapter 2794. True Sovereign Heaven Descends. Chapter 2794. True Sovereign Heaven Descends. Brother Yang, kill! Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Behind him, the army that was chasing them suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan, two people, did not have the intention of turning back at all. They fled even faster instead. Only then did Whale Billow and the rest shout, realizing that they were fooled. Each and every one of their faces reddened to the ears with anger. Punk, who's surnamed Yi, your father is going to tear you to pieces. Motherf, you, see Kerr, you'll give birth to a son without an A, N-U-S. Boy, no matter how big a price we pay today, we'll make you stay. From behind came an exasperated voice. Ever since Yang Qing joined, Yi Yuan, two people could attack when they advanced and could defend if they retreated, toying with all the pursuing troops in the palm of their hands. And this situation also thoroughly enraged the sea race. Before, Whale Billow, they all were worried about casualties, but now they were not worried anymore. The Qian Kuei Sea region directly sent a sea race army over. At this time, it was densely packed with sea folks above the void. Yi Yuan, two people, could not kill them entirely. Although these sea folks were not opponents that could last one exchange with them, they could stop Yi Yuan, two people's movements. Ha ha ha, refres. H, I plussing. Refres. H, I plussing. Haven't killed, so refres. H, I plussingly for a long time. Brother Yi, I have to thank you. Yang Qing's long spear danced seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate as he let out a loud laugh and said, Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Are you confused about the situation? We can't escape. Suddenly his mind stirred and he shouted loudly, Stop chasing. Keep chasing, and I'm going to transcend my tribulation. Stop. Don't chase anymore. The figures of Whale Billow and the others suddenly stopped. They actually really stopped chasing. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were taken aback. So obedient? But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. These people's faces had an extremely respectful look. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. Oh no, you're going to get me killed. Yang Qing cried out strangely. The void trembled, and an imposing aura, like a sovereign that descended upon the world, emerged from the void. A figure stepped out of the void, akin to A.G.O.D. descending upon the world, paying respects to sovereign Qian Kuei. Everyone bowed collectively. In these few great sea regions, true sovereign heaven powerhouses were absolutely invincible existences, paramount existences. A true sovereign heaven finally appeared. Yi Yuan, two people, stopped running. With a true sovereign heaven descending, they could not run away anymore. Sovereign Qian Kuei turned into human form, like a king of the world. His eyes were locked on Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a dead person. Subordinate is incompetent, making sovereign appear in person. Sovereign, please punies. H. Plus, Whale Billow and the rest were in fear and trepidation, directly kneeling down and admitting fault. The Qian Kuei Sea region swarmed out in full force just to hunt down one person. In the end, the person failed to be killed, but they suffered heavy losses. They had been hunting Yi Yuan for more than half a month, but 2 of the 5 great war generals fell, and 9 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens perished. As for Jade, Sovereign Heaven, and Limitless Sublime Heaven sea folks, the casualties were countless. And Yi Yuan was still alive and well now, without any injuries at all. Whale Billow, this group of people, were almost vomiting blood. Humph! A bunch of traws. H. Plus, Sovereign Qian Kuei gave a cold snort. Whale Billow and the others were directly shocked into vomiting blood. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing felt a great pressure too. Too strong. One sentence injured a transformation powerhouse. True sovereign heaven powerhouses perform Tao techniques naturally. Every movement carries the might of great Tao, as expected. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression, "Just now, This cold yell of sovereign Qian Kuei's caused great Tao to fluctuate. Yi Yuan could feel it clearly. He had faced off against Yen Jade True before, but that was just a half-baked true sovereign heaven. This one in front of him now was a true blue true sovereign heaven. Dead for sure now. Brother Yi, you've harmed me terribly. What to do? What to do? Yang Qing said in a panic. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes and said, "Weren't you still killing happily just now? Asked you to leave early on. You refused to go. Now you're blaming me?" Yang Qing was taken aback and said, Seems like it. That Lord Sovereign, the person that you want to kill is him. I don't know him. I'm just an ant that's pa sing by. Treat me as a fart and let me go?" The desire to live was so strong. Yang Qing turned his face, wagging his tail and begging for pity shamelessly. That appearance was totally that of a sycophant. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from watching. This guy, when he was killing just now, he had an appearance like he was invincible. Now he actually changed face so quickly. Ha ha ha. Qian Kuei. Your Qian Kuei Sea region emerged from your nest in full force and couldn't even take care of a lower saint sovereign heaven. It's too embarrassing, right? Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter suddenly sounded out. Above the void, another 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. These 3 people's auras were not the least bit weaker than sovereign Qian Kuei. The kings of the 4 great sea regions had actually all arrived. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's faces changed wildly. Now, there was really nowhere to run. It was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of 4 great true sovereign heavens. The muscles on Yang Qing's face were already spasming. Another true sovereign heaven said with a laugh, "Qian Kuei, I even thought that you died under the true sovereign Tao tribulation. I was prepared to come to take over the Qian Kuei Sea region." The 3rd true sovereign heaven said with a smile, "Qian Kuei, you'd better go and overcome the true sovereign Tao tribulation with peace of mind. This sovereign will help you take care of Qian Kuei Sea region's awful mess." Sovereign Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Hollow Dark, Sardine, Tianhui, the 3 of you stop making wisecracks here. Quite a few of your people died too. If this punk appeared in your sea regions, can you all resist? Didn't you guys come to kill this brat too?" Hollow Dark was indifferent, looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, "Kid, your face is really big to actually provoke us 4 great true sovereign heavens to take action." Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, "I didn't want to either." Previously, this Yi was holding back in all aspects. It was Qian Kuei Sea regions, people who pressed people too far. Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you're still stubborn when death is imminent." But Hollow Dark laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, a little interesting. Still able to be so calm when seeing the few of us. Kid, this sovereign gives you a chance. Seek refuge with our Ding Xiang Sea region. This sovereign will protect your life." Before Yi Yuan could speak, Yang Qing hurriedly said, "Lord Sovereign, I'm willing to defect. I'm called Yang Qing. I'm very strong too." Yi Yuan was speechless. This guy immediately became thick-skinned. Hollow Dark had a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Sure, your strength is very strong too. You're qualified to take refuge with this sovereign. What about you, kid?" Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Hollow Dark, are you going to war with this sovereign?" Hollow Dark said smugly, "So what if I am? You're at the critical juncture of transcending the true sovereign Tao tribulation right now. Could it be that you dare to make a move against this sovereign? Once you bring down the true sovereign Tao tribulation, you'll probably die without a burial ground." Qian Kuei's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, what Hollow Dark said was also true. It was already his 4th true sovereign Tao tribulation. It was incomparably dangerous. A single misstep and he would really die, his Tao dissipating. At this time, It was not appropriate to take action. Very good, Hollow Dark. This sovereign has remembered you. After this sovereign transcends the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time, you're going to get it. Sovereign Qian Kuei said in extreme fury, but Hollow Dark ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Kid, have you thought it over? Chapter 2795. Chain Reaction. Chapter 2795. Chain Reaction. Yi Yuan, promise Lord Hollow Dark. TSK. It's our honor to be able to become a war general under a true sovereign heaven. Yang Qing urged very shamelessly. Hoo-hoo, lapdog. This guy changed loyalties really quickly. Sorry, this Yi has no interest in staying in the sea race, Yi Yuan said coolly. Sovereign Hollow Dark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Kid, are you not giving face to this sovereign? Yi Yuan smiled and said yes. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This guy was tired of living. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said, Brother Yi, this Yan candidly admits defeat. I acknowledge defeat. He felt that he was domineering enough already. But he was not even a fart in front of Yi Yuan. This guy puffed himself up at his own cost. While he was domineering when he should be domineering, and he pretended to be subservient when it was time to pretend to be subservient. How much money was face worth? But Yi Yuan was different. This guy dared to posture in front of a true sovereign heaven too. This was using his life to posture. Ha ha ha. Hollow Dark, you got snubbed despite showing good intentions. He doesn't buy it at all. When Qian Kuei heard that, he said with a loud laugh. Just now, Hollow Dark made him get deflated. In the end, Yi Yuan gave Hollow Dark a backhanded slap, making him feel great. Hollow Dark's face was as black as it could be, and he said in a cold voice, Boy, you're very good. To dare reject this sovereign, you're really the first. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then this Yi is really honored. Hollow Dark was speechless. Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up. Impressive. Really awesome. Did he find that he was not dying fast enough? Sure enough, Hollow Dark's aura got colder and colder, and he said in a low voice, Brat, to dare provoke this sovereign, you're really seeking death. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, I feel that you all had best not kill me, otherwise something will happen. Hollow Dark sneered when he heard that and said, What can happen from killing an ant? Yi Yuan smiled and said, A very, very big thing. Everyone present might die. Everyone was speechless. They were thinking to themselves, was it possible that this guy had lost his mind? At present, there were countless powerhouses above the surface of the sea. Putting the four great true sovereign heavens aside, the four great sea regions' general-level experts had practically all arrived, numbering no less than 15 people. Ordinary grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens, even reached a terrifying 50 over people. As for the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and numerous underlings, there were too many to count. In this kind of situation, even if a true Sovereign Heaven was here, they would have to die with regrets too. You, a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, was already impressive to such an extent? Hoo-hoo, very good. This sovereign wants to see today how everyone present dies. Hollow Dark laughed from fury. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked instead, Really want to try? Hollow Dark snorted coldly and said, I really want to try. Done talking, he raised his hand and directly smacked a hand toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. A true sovereign heaven making a move. That was simply the might of heavenly Tao. The moment the palm was raised, heaven and earth changed colors. Each and every one of the powerhouses present marveled endlessly. At the same time, they also marveled at Yi Yuan's stupidity, provoking a true sovereign heaven. This guy was absolutely a fool. However, Yi Yuan clearly would not resign himself to death. In the instant that Hollow Dark raised his hand, Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. A hint of surprise appeared in Qian Kuei's eyes. Yes, this kid was actually Russ. Plussing towards him. Did he feel that he would not kill him? Smacking a Saint Sovereign Heaven to death was about the same as smacking an ant to death. Whatever divergent cultivator, whatever genius, no matter how monstrous your prowess, you were also not a match for my one palm. Humph! Want to die under this sovereign's hands? Forget it. I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, Sovereign Qian Kuei raised his palm too and was prepared to smack Yi Yuan to death. But right at this time his expression changed wildly, because Yi Yuan broke through at this time. Because of Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Sovereign Qian Kuei's true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived ahead of schedule. Rumble. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled. Almost instantly, the air pressure dropped to the point where it was impossible to breathe. Yi Yuan's power alone was naturally unable to call down such a terrifying Tao tribulation. But he and Sovereign Qian Kuei, two people. Their Tao tribulations would be frightening. His confidence was also precisely related to this. Originally, when Sovereign Qian Kuei descended, Yi Yuan felt worried too. But when he revealed his true body, Yi Yuan suddenly had a trace of feeling in his heart, a feeling regarding Tao tribulation. After Yi Yuan became a divergent cultivator, he became much more sensitive to heavenly Tao than ordinary people. He sensed that Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation seemed to somewhat respond to and cooperate with his own. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was the interaction between Tao tribulations. Once he chose to break through, heavenly Tao would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. The so-called divergent cultivator was going against heaven. Yi Yuan's breakthrough would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan was at peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with, fighting bitterly at sea these few days. His realm almost could not be suppressed anymore. So that was why previously he would call out, "I'm going to transcend tribulation," this sort of words. And his Tao tribulation was not an ordinary Tao tribulation. Judging from past experiences, it would likely be at least 5-9 Tao tribulation. Above the sky, the wind and clouds were surging. It was more terrifying than any of Yi Yuan's previous tribulations. Sovereign Qian Kuei's expression changed wildly, and he said with horror in his heart, "How can this be? Why would the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time be so terrifying?" He felt it. The true sovereign Tao tribulation this time was much stronger than Hiantic. 1P aided. He looked towards Yi Yuan in astonishment, knowing where the problem lay. "Motherf. You, see, Kerr, just what kind of freak is this boy, to actually incur such jealousy from heaven? I was brought in by him." Sovereign Qian Kuei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Once the true sovereign Tao tribulation started, it could no longer be stopped." Yi Yuan had long antic. 1P aided it and said with a loud laugh, "No need to thank me. I said before not to kill me. You guys didn't listen." And right at this time, the pressure above the sky suddenly doubled. Sovereign Holodark's expression changed wildly, and he said, My true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived as well." His voice had yet to fade when the Tao tribulation above the void increased several times again. The sea level became turbulent at this time. The sea was even pressed into a concave shape by this pressure. It could be seen how terrifying this Tao tribulation was. Freaking H-E-L-L, my true sovereign Tao tribulation came too. Sardine said exasperatedly, "Mine came as well." While Tian Hui smiled bitterly, "Mine arrived too. What the H-E-L-L? Your father just overcame the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 10 years ago. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse let loose a torrent of abuse. Yours was 10 years. Your father just overcame the tribulation last year." At this time, the powerhouses at Saint Sovereign Heaven and above were all hurling all kinds of profanities, because each and every one of them felt their Tao tribulations were coming. Some had even just transcended their tribulations a few months ago. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was stunned too. Was this a chain reaction? Not to such an extent, right? So, the hundreds of powerhouses present were going to transcend tribulation collectively? Goodness gracious, my Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation arrived too. I had just succeeded in transcending my tribulation before setting out to sea. Yi Yuan Yu Heaven D. Ned, you're killing me. Yang Qing also let loose a torrent of abuse. He failed to avoid it too. Chapter 2796. Endless Lightning Prison. Chapter 2796. Endless Lightning Prison. The Tao tribulation pressure grew stronger and stronger, akin to the apocalypse. The powerhouses above the surface of the sea were all akin to facing a great enemy, in a constant state of anxiety. If it was an ordinary Tao tribulation, then forget it. Yet, the power of each of their Tao tribulation increased by a lot. 3 laws became 5 laws, 5 laws became 7 laws, and 7 laws even became 8 and 9 laws. When Yi Yuan saw this kind of chain reaction, he could not help but be stunned. Consider yourself ruthless. Your father isn't playing with you anymore. Goodbye. One of the grand completions, Saint Sovereign Heavens, could not withstand this terrifying to the extreme pressure and immediately left. Boom! An electric snake directly fell, seemingly from above his head. That person did not even let out a scream, and kicked the bucket. He could not run. Everyone's faces turned pale, having looks of despair. Brat, who is surnamed Yi, I'm going to kill you. Mine is 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Qian Kui bellowed as if feeling a great terror. 99 became 1 calamity, 81 power of rules. 3 calamities Tao tribulation. That was 399 Tao tribulations. It did not sound like much, but 99 turning into 1 calamity. This was a qualitative improvement. The Tao tribulation's power would also increase significantly. This calamity Tao tribulation was exclusive to true sovereign heaven powerhouses. However, in reality, many true sovereign heaven powerhouses were not qualified to reach a calamity Tao tribulation. The first time many true sovereign heaven powerhouse transcended their tribulation, it was also merely 7-9 Tao tribulation or 8-9 Tao tribulation. 9-9 Tao tribulations were very few. But once it reached 9-9 Tao tribulation, it would also be a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. That was dangerous. What Sovereign Qian Kui transcended before was a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. He barely managed to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Logically speaking, this 4th Tao tribulation should be a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. But this time, it directly became a 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Huge crisis. Too terrifying. He was not even sure about a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. 3 calamity Tao tribulation, wasn't he dead for sure? Yi Yuan grinned and said, Lord Sovereign, don't be angry. Once you get angry, the Tao tribulation will come down immediately. I warned you before. When Qian Kui heard that, he could not help but suffocate. Yeah, Yi Yuan warned previously not to make a move against him. But why would he take the words of a measly little lower saint, sovereign heaven, to heart? It was merely a slap. Was there a need? But it was this slap that caused a problem. It caused a big problem. SHI plus T. Mine is a 3 calamity Tao tribulation too. DAM. And me too. FUC. King Brat, you harmed this sovereign to death. The other 3 great true sovereign heavens also started screaming wildly. At this very moment, they had already cussed out Yi Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. But it was useless. Among the 3 of them, some had just transcended a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. Originally, transcending tribulation, this sort of thing, had nothing to do with them. But who knew that Yi Yuan's tribulation was like a small flame? The small flame ignited Qian Kuei, this big flame. The big flame burned bigger and bigger, igniting all of them. With this, it exploded. At this very moment, one should not look at how Yi Yuan was calm. His scalp was also tingling currently. His Tao tribulation that came was not a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was a 6-9 Tao tribulation. Did this all freaking skipped? 6-9 Tao tribulation. It was virtually the pinnacle of grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Because if it went a step further, it would be 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation. That was the tribulation of true sovereign heaven powerhouses. 6-9 Tao tribulation to deal with a lower saint sovereign heaven. It must be said that heavenly Tao thought highly of him. Ha ha ha, boy, you're 6-9 Tao tribulation. You're dead for sure. Dead for sure. Sovereign Qian Kuei felt the strongest response with Yi Yuan. He could not help bursting out laughing when he sensed Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation. This guy bit off his own head. 6-9 Tao tribulation, the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign Heaven. This punk definitely could not overcome it. Seeing Yi Yuan die miserably under the Tao tribulation, he was very happy. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "When I just broke through Saint Sovereign Heaven, I directly transcended a 9-law Tao tribulation. Then, on the day I became a divergent cultivator, I transcended a 3-9 Tao tribulation. This time, I originally planned to transcend a 5-9 Tao tribulation. Now that I'm transcending a 6-9 Tao tribulation, what are you all excited about? Fighting with heaven is so much fun." Qian Kuei, hollow dark. Was this fellow still human? They knew that Yi Yuan was monstrous, but did not know that he was monstrous until it reached this level. Broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and immediately transcended tribulation? Transcended 3-9 Tao tribulation on that day? 3-9 Tao tribulation. That was Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, all right? No wonder. No wonder this boy was so monstrous, turning the entire sea upside down. At this time, above the void. How is there any void? The tribulation clouds were exactly almost above their heads. Looking from a distance, the sea had practically connected into one stretch with the tribulation clouds. Following that, an extremely spectacular scene appeared. A series of electric snakes of different thicknesses descended from the sky and slowly fell. Yes, it was not fast, but it gave people a misconception that the world was seemingly going to be destroyed. Looking from a distance, that stretch of ocean looked like an endless lightning prison. The life forms in the lightning prison were currently receiving the baptism of terrifying rules. Under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Strong. Too strong. This feeling of awaiting death was really sour. Goodness, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, you heaven D. A.M. Ned, you caused people great harm. I won't let you off, even if I become a ghost. Yang Qing's arms and legs waved around as he cried out strangely over and over again. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really a living treasure. What Yang Qing was transcending was a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was also very dangerous to him. However, Yi Yuan felt that there should not be a problem for him to overcome it. While talking, the Tao tribulation fell. The Tao sword shone brightly between Yi Yuan's brows. Swizz. H. Plus the Tao sword flew out, pointing straight at the firmament. Yi Yuan held the Tao sword in his hand, his entire body and mind pouring into the Tao sword. Going against Tao, one would have to draw their sword and point at heaven. From then on, he would no longer rely on external forces to transcend tribulations, but only by relying on himself. He was fearless and not afraid. Everyone was doing their best, resisting the Tao tribulation. The entire world was quiet. Yes, it was the calm before the storm. Only one figure faced those countless Tao tribulations and rose to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the sea burst apart. Tsunamis instantly swept up. Arg! 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 Miserable screams rose and ebbed. When the first round of Tao tribulation fell, many people immediately turned to ashes. The Tao tribulation was too strong. Qian Kuei gave fled groan, his entire person suddenly slumping a lot. The power of the three calamity Tao tribulation directly caused him to be seriously injured. There was none among the other three great true sovereign heavens who was not like this. Yi Yuan's entire person was blasted into the sea. The power of the 6-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. What was the most powerful thing in this world? Great Tao transformation. That was merely a form of recognition from great Tao. What was truly powerful was heavenly Tao itself. Again. Yi Yuan roared wildly, rising into the sky again. Tao tribulation fell again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was there anyone who transcended tribulations like this? The power of Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was not the strongest, but he appeared so out of place among this group of people. Everyone was suffering silently. Meanwhile, he drew his sword and asked heaven. Boom! Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was slammed into the sea again. And right at this time, Qian Kuei suddenly rampaged and dashed straight toward Yi Yuan this side. Boy, if this sovereign is going to die, you'll have to be buried with me too. Qian Kuei roared wildly. Chapter 2797. What a wrongful death. Chapter 2797. What a wrongful death. After enduring the first 3 calamity Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei knew that he could not bear it. He completely could not take it at all. The 3 calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. After one bolt, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were almost scattered entirely. Therefore, he was going to drag Yi Yuan to die together. What right did this guy have to not die? Bringing the terrifying Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei pounced over frantically. Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation was 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Even if Yi Yuan was an exceedingly freakish monster, under 3 calamity Tao tribulation, it would be certain death too. Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed across the corners of the mouths of Hollow Dark and the others. Is this boy finally going to die? Ought to be. How many people did you drag down the water? Hollow Dark, the 3 of them, were about to cry. Why did they have to get involved in this messy situation? If he wanted to take the sea route, wouldn't it have been fine to let him go? Having a few generals die, having a few grand completions, Saint Sovereign Heavens die, what did it count for? He was dead for sure now, Amen it. Sniff, sniff. Dead for sure. Ha ha ha. 3 calamity Tao tribulation. See if you still don't die. Sovereign Qian Kuei let out a wild laugh. This distance was merely an instant to him, but just as his body stepped into the region, Yi Yuan was undergoing tribulation. A sudden turn of events happened. Boom! A bolt of incomparably thick electric snake fell with a loud bang. This Tao tribulation was much stronger than previously. Qian Kuei did not even have time to let out a scream and directly turned into nothingness. A true sovereign heaven was dead, although sovereign Qian Kuei died under the Tao tribulation. Everyone felt that it was Yi Yuan who entrapped him to death. After all, if not for Yi Yuan, it would also have been impossible for sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation to have arrived now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? F5 calamity. 5 calamity Tao tribulation. It became a 5 calamity Tao tribulation. Hollow Dark cried out strangely. When transcending tribulation, how many tribulation it was how many it was. It was never heard of that the number of tribulations could still increase. Really broadened horizons. Who else? Yi Yuan laughed coldly and looked at Hollow Dark as he said. Hollow Dark's neck shrank, and he immediately withered up. Holy H.E.L. What was going on? Yi Yuan secretly scolded stupid. He was a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he was an extremely monstrous divergent cultivator. You used your Tao tribulation to smite me? Even if you were willing, was heaven willing? You were F.U.C. King fighting heaven for its job. Wasn't this courting death? Finish saying. Yi Yuan raised his sword to the sky, meeting the Tao tribulation again, incomparably fierce. However, in the next second, he was slammed into the sea again, mercilessly. However, Yi Yuan did not mind. Only by experiencing the baptism of Tao tribulation could he become stronger. All around, miserable cries lingered on incessantly. In the lightning prison, the Tao tribulation was too strong. This was heaven's wrath. Under heaven's wrath, who could survive? Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of Tao tribulation fell. The saint sovereign heavens who died became more and more. Originally, there were hundreds of saint sovereign heaven powerhouses in the sea. In a blink, there were only a scanty 30 people remaining. The auras of the 3 great, true, sovereign heavens became weaker and weaker. Finally, Sardine could not hold on anymore and was killed by the Tao tribulation that landed. The power of 3 calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 2 of the 4 great, true, sovereign heavens were gone. Arg. D. A.M. and it. Yi Yuan, I'm going to die. Hurry up and come save me. No, you'd better not come. Once you come, I'll die even faster. Yang Qing's body was covered in injuries, but he was full of energy. This guy was really stubborn enough. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admire this guy's strength. He himself was also unbelievably weak right now. But his Tao sword grew stronger and stronger. The stronger the Tao tribulation, the greater the benefits that he got. Very soon, Tianhui could not hold on either, and was smote to death by the Tao tribulation. For great true sovereign heavens, there was only Hollow Dark alone left. However, he was also at death's door and almost kicking the bucket. Arg, I hate it. Yi Yuan, this sovereign is cursing you to be torn to shreds by heavenly Tao. Carrying strong unwillingness, Hollow Dark also Pa-S set on. The masters of 4 great sea regions all perished in less than 2 hours. No idea how long had Pa-S said. Everything returned to tranquility. Above the sea it was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened except for the Ma-S, as if corpses floating on the sea. Everything seemed to be a dreadful sight to behold. With the Tao tribulation, the powerhouses of 4 great sea regions practically all dwindled to 0. Whale Billow looked toward that weak to the extreme young figure as if looking at a devil. Yes, Whale Billow did not die. He actually pulled through. He himself did not dare to believe it either. What he overcame was the same as Yang Qing, 5-9 Tao tribulation. He actually did not die. As if feeling Whale Billow's gaze, Yi Yuan grinned and said weakly, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't you be thanking me now? After this tribulation, you'll probably be these 4 great sea regions' new master." Whale Billow was speechless. What Yi Yuan said was right. He was very weak now, but he could feel that his body was Br. 1 MMING with vigorous vitality and was currently growing like crazy. This Tao tribulation let him pry into the door of a new world. The true sovereign heaven gate was originally difficult to open, but because of this incident, it revealed the tiniest gap to him. General level powerhouses were elites among elites of the sea race to begin with, their talents being extremely strong. This Tao tribulation was destruction and also new life. He was the only war general who survived. Apart from him, there were also 3 saint sovereign heavens, several hundred saint sovereign heavens. Only the 4 of them survived. But experiencing this Tao tribulation was a baptism to them. Their future road would be even broader. You're not killing me? Whale Billow said fearfully. This was not instinctive fear, but that he saw that Yi Yuan freaking swallowed another heavenly pill. In this short while, Yi Yuan quickly recovered. F***CK. We don't have a life or death feud either. Kill you for what? I originally didn't want to kill people. It was you all who forced the situation to become what it is now, one step at a time. If we really want to say it out, the culprit behind this situation is you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Whale Billow stared dumbfoundedly. Yeah, a frenzied pursuit that lasted close to a month, chasing until everyone in the 4 great sea regions was in an uproar, and even 4 great true sovereign heavens moved out. But, tracing back to the source, the cause was merely a bit of face. Qian Kuei Sea Region's face. His Whale Billow's face. Later, Whale Billow naturally knew that Yi Yuan had shown mercy previously, but at that time he could not pull back anymore. In the end, this was like a vortex getting bigger as it spun. In the end, even true sovereign heavens were swept in. Then everyone died. The 4 great true sovereign heavens died. So unjustly. It was just that before this. Who could have thought that chasing down a measly little lower saint sovereign heaven could cause such terrifying consequences? F***CK, stop chatting. I'm dying. Yi Yuan, hurry up and save me. Yang Qing said weakly. The current Yang Qing was incomparably miserable. His lower body was directly blown away. The 2 arms only had 1 upper arm left, becoming a human stick. His entire person was weak to the extreme. However, this guy actually advanced. This guy broke through to half-step true sovereign heaven. Yi Yuan threw a heavenly pill to him. This guy's severed limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Whale Billow saw this scene, he was envious to the extreme. This heavenly pill was really freaking awesome. Meanwhile, he would probably have to recuperate for a few years before he could recover to his peak. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing away. Whale Billow looked at the 2 people's disappearing backs, his gaze flickering as he said, in the future, when humans pass through our sea region, we absolutely mustn't provoke them. Yes, the other 3 saint sovereign heavens replied immediately. At this time, Whale Billow was the supreme ruler of the 4 great sea regions. Yi Yuan did not know that he blazed a sea route for those who set out to sea. Chapter 2798, Blood Race. Chapter 2798, Blood Race. Translator, Atlas Studios at the Heaven One Continent's land of extreme north. Above the sea, there was a huge region. This place had heavy fog all year round. Furthermore, it was very strange. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate it. The powerhouses who entered this heavy fog had never been seen to come out before in the course of time. This place became a region where few people tread. Hence, people called it the restricted area of the sea. However, at this time, there were indistinct figures in the large fog. There was actually an army hiding in it. In this army, each person emitted powerful blood energy from their body. There were 2 of them whose blood energies were the most exuberant. These 2 people, one was called Han Guang, the other was called Chili. They were the commanders of the army, true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Commander Han Guang, this large fog created by the fog rain cloud swallowing beast is really the best place to hide our whereabouts. Chili said with a laugh. Han Guang nodded and said, if not for this region, it's very hard to hide our blood energy. Wanting to launch a surprise attack would really not be easy, fortunately. This fog rain cloud swallowing beast that the few Lord Blood Emperors killed didn't set off any waves either. There are still 10 days. Once Commander Lu Chuan they all arrive, we'll be able to launch a surprise attack. At that time, those lowly humans will definitely get a big shock. Ha ha ha, talking about how he was pleased with himself. Chili could not refrain from letting out a loud laugh. Han Guang also smiled and said, yeah, all of their energy is at the south. They absolutely won't think that he Gemin Blood Sky crossed worlds and came, opening a spatial sageway at sea, and launching a sudden raid from the northernmost end. The northern cities don't have many powerhouses. We just have to occupy a few cities and gain a firm foothold. They will be attacked in front and from the rear. This Heaven One Continent will be ours. When talking, the two people seemed very excited. Suddenly, Han Guang's brows furrowed and he said, Amen. Someone barged in. Mie-chen, you bring a team of 100 and kill these humans. I obey. A half-step true sovereign heaven immediately stepped out of the ranks, bringing 100 Saint sovereign heaven subordinates and entering the fog. 11 years had already passed, said since the Tao tribulation annihilated the true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan 5 people arrived at the periphery of Heaven One continent, being even more cautious. At that time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing caused an uproar in the sea regions. All the powerhouses were drawn away by the two of them. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shao Qing, they all were left alone. Yi Yuan looked at the nautical chart in his hands and said with a smile, We're already very close to Heaven One continent. After Pa-S, sing through this fog, we'll be there. The moment Yang Qing heard, he said excitedly, Ha ha ha. A new continent. This exalt is going to dominate this continent. Only I am invincible. Shao Qing fawned on him by the side. Master is amazingly talented and will definitely reach the top within 1,000 years. Dominating the continent again, Yang Qing had a smug look as he said, Shao Qing, at that time you'll be the #1 true spirit under my command. Yi Yuan, you'll be the divine general under me. By the side, Yi Yuan, 3 people rolled their eyes. Who gave these 2 fellows the courage? Reckon that most of the time, Yang Qing would have to pretend to be subservient, right? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in shock and anger, Careful! His voice had yet to fade when 100 figures emerged from the fog, 8 besieging the 5 people from all directions. But Yang Qing was not fearful, and said with a loud laugh, Saint Exalt Azareski's journey to hegemony will begin with you guys. Watch my spear. Boom! Yang Qing and his opponent forcibly exchanged a blow, and he was actually repelled by the other party. He could not help getting a shock. The other party was clearly somewhat surprised too. Not expecting that Yang Qing's strength was actually so strong, Yuan was not courteous, directly blowing up a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven that rushed forward with one punch. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shao Qing each used their own means to attack the enemy. However, among this team of 100, the weakest was also Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The majority were Upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. This lineup was rather scary. They were not at all inferior to the sea folks who hunted Yi Yuan down back then. At present, Jingfei already reached Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her combat power was quite strong. Big Yellow went without saying. He already reached peak Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was not the slightest bit afraid when facing off against Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, the difference in numbers still put a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yi Yuan was different. His aura released, ending one with one punch. Having transcended the 6-9 Tao tribulation, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan's strength was already extremely terrifying. He fought with the half-step true Sovereign Heaven Yang Qing before, beating the other party until he howled. Therefore, even if it was a Great Tao Transformation, Grand Completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan killed them very casually too. He dealt one punch each, directly beating the other party into a cloud of blood mist. But very soon, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He discovered to his horror and those powerhouses who were blown apart by him. Their physical bodies actually condensed again, apart from their auras being slightly weaker. Their strength actually did not change much. This shock was by no means insignificant. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian cried out in surprise, It's the blood race! Why would Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, have so many members of the blood race? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he asked, Blood race? Mi Tian said, The blood race is an extremely powerful race. They are powerful and extremely aggressive. The blood race relies on devouring the blood of all races to strengthen themselves. The most terrifying thing is that the life force of the blood race is extremely tenacious. Even if there's still a drop of blood left, they can also recondense their physical bodies anew. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly from listening. Revival from a drop of blood. This was equivalent to a race that could not be killed, unless your strength was much stronger than his. Otherwise, there was no way of killing the other party at all. So that's how it is. In that case, if we want to kill them, we can only completely obliterate them, Yuan said. Mi Tian nodded and said, that's right. Wanting to kill them, there's only one way. We need to use absolute strength and completely wipe them out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, understood. Yang Qjng, you hold back that half-step true sovereign heaven. Leave the rest to me. Yang Qing shouted, FUC, King, hurry up. These guys can't be killed at all. I almost can't hold on any more. Facing Niet Qin by himself, Yang Qing naturally had the strength to fight. But next to him, there was a large group of Saint Sovereign Heaven's Hara. Sing. He was under tremendous pressure now, too. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Universe sword formation releasing grandly. In an instant, it enveloped all of these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Kill! Yi Yuan shouted coldly, the universe sword formation directly launching the strongest attack. Clouds of blood mist exploded with a loud bang. After experiencing the 6-9 Dao tribulation, the power of Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly increased a lot. These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Only those transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could barely manage to block for a few rounds. But very soon they were killed too. Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly transformed into a meat grinder. Those blood race members that revived were also directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. However, the power of the universe sword formation was too scattered in the end. It was unable to completely wipe out these blood race members. Yi Yuan did not care and continued garroting. Toward the back, it was filled with blood mist inside the sword formation. Over there, when Niet Qin, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qing, saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. He thought that Yang Qing was the strongest one in this party, so his first target was to lock onto him. As for Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. But only now did he know that Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger than even Yang Qing. Chapter 2799, Killing True Sovereign. Chapter 2799, Killing True Sovereign. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, you can't kill us. After a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven revived. He laughed wildly and said to Yi Yuan, the blood race's revival from a drop of blood had a great impact on humans. An opponent that could not be killed was sufficient to make people's will collapse. Is that so? Isn't your revivals getting increasingly slower? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly pulling back his divine essence. The universe sword formation immediately disappeared. Sure enough, just as he talked, he killed many times in a row. The recovery speed of these blood race members clearly became much slower. Dragon might overflowed from Yi Yuan's body. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out, directly slamming onto a cloud of blood mist. That cloud of blood mist directly turned into nothingness. With this, the world became clean. The pupils of that grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, shrunk, and he cried out in alarm, this. How is this possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, is there anyone who can't be killed in this world? It's just that your numbers are a lot. So I was wearing you all down first. Done talking. He slammed another punch out, obliterating another blood race member again. In terms of large area attacking means, the universe sword formation was indeed unparalleled. It could magnify Yi Yuan's strength several times over. But in terms of single target attack, the universe sword formation was inferior to the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Presently, Yi Yuan's bloodline evolved into battle spirit level, true dragon bloodline. The power that this move erupted with was dozens of times of his power. Furthermore, this power was concentrated in a single point, the destructive power extremely strong. It was perfect for obliterating the blood race. Yi Yuan dealt a punch each. The numbers of the blood race could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! That grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was also directly obliterated by one punch. In the depths of the fog, Han Guang's expression changed. He could sense through bloodline that his subordinates were Vannis. Plussing one by one at an extremely fast speed. What's wrong, Lord Han Guang? It's merely a few Saint Sovereign Heavens. Could it be that Mietchin can't take care of it? Chili's perception was lacking, but seeing Han Guang's expression, he immediately understood something. A hint of shock flashed across Han Guang's eyes, and he said, "There's only Mietchin alone left." What? Could it be? A true sovereign heaven? Chili's shock was by no means insignificant. Han Guang shook his head and said, "One half-step true sovereign heaven, the others are all ordinary saint sovereign heavens. There isn't even a grand completion one. Amen? Mietchin died too." This time, Han Guang was really shocked. Died too quickly. It was less than 15 minutes from start to end. Unless the blood race encountered an opponent whose strength greatly exceeds their own, they would never die so quickly. The half-step true sovereign heaven Mietchin could practically capture same rank opponents with ease. Even if he encountered a monster from the human race, he could always run away if he could not beat. Now they were all dead. No can do. They are going to pass through the fog. They already know that we're lying in ambush here. If they bring this news over, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Chili, you bring people over to kill them. No, everyone move out. You must kill them. These blood race members made a surprise attack on you all. They have probably already discovered you guys. There might be a great conspiracy for them to lie in ambush here. Mi Tian. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In this case, we have to bring the news to Heaven One Continent and inform the humans there." Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually run into this sort of thing before entering Heaven One Continent. Those that came out to ambush them already had a half-step true sovereign heaven realm. There was probably a true sovereign heaven existence in the depths of the fog. "Retreat!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure retreating explosively. "It's too late." A figure came out of the void and struck a palm towards Yangqing. This palm was incredibly fearsome. It was precisely Chili. "Arg, why is it me again? *CK. I'm not the strongest, you idiot." Yangqing cried out strangely, but his figure dodged bizarrely and actually avoided this certain kill strike. Chili's pupils constricted, looking at Yangqing rather astonishedly. This half-step true sovereign heaven actually evaded his charged blow. However, after getting a shock, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Chili's mouth. This move of his was not a killing move at all. The real killing move was Han Guang. Right at this instant, the 5 people withdrew out of the fog, and right at this moment, a large palm fell from the sky. The power was completely incomparable to Chili. The lethal blow of a middle true sovereign heaven was akin to doomsday to a saint sovereign heaven. Nowhere to avoid. Really dead for sure this time. Yangqing cried out strangely. Big Yellow and the rest could not even move a muscle under this palm. Han Guang's strength was completely not on the same level as Chili's. Above the void, Han Guang was expressionless. Killing a few saint sovereign heavens was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Even if they were half-step true sovereign heavens, they would be inadequate too. But right at this time, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly burst forth beneath his palm. This power made him feel heart palpitations. Chili's face originally carried a mocking smile, but at this time his expression changed wildly. "Commander Han Guang, be careful." Yet it was already too late. This Astones, H.I. plus Ing's sword directly chopped apart the giant palm, heading straight for his main body. This sword shone with boundless radiance and was extremely dazzling, forcing everyone until they could not open their eyes. When this sword appeared, it seemed as if it was going to chop the firmament. Chili, who was not far away, his breathing was about to stop. Uft! Han Guang's body was actually directly smashed by this sword. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This sword was released by Yi Yuan. No one would have thought that a middle saint sovereign heaven would kill a middle true sovereign heaven with one sword. He directly crossed a large realm to kill the enemy. This sword already Serpa said cultivation realm. This Lord Han Guang was actually killed by one sword? What kind of joke is this? What a dazzling sword. Is this human really middle saint sovereign heaven? Earlier, I thought that the strongest was that half-step true sovereign heaven. One didn't expect that it's this unremarkable fellow. Before this sword move, body took Yi Yuan seriously. Among the 5 people, Yi Yuan was not even as good as Jingfei. But this sword made Yi Yuan seemingly look dazzling to the extreme. Dao's sword, the strongest sword that Yi Yuan unleashed. The power was far more powerful than the A1 in Kampa. Sing's sacred trees, sword of heaven killing. This was Yi Yuan's sword of defying Dao, all of his comprehensions in this life. Similarly, it was a sword that was unleashed using his life. After Unli's H.I. plussing a sword, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale to the extreme, like a living dead. Big Yellow Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Actually, there was no need for his order. Big Yellow already carried Yi Yuan and scurried into the fog again, and everyone was still in shock. No one even went to stop them. Yang Qing, 3 people had long known about Yi Yuan's trump card and also followed after instantly. Above the void, the cloud of blood mist that was smashed apart by Yi Yuan attempted to condense together. But it could not do it. Under this sword slash, the blood race actually found it difficult to revive. Chili, and the rest actually forgot to chase for a moment. Commander Han Guang, are you all right? Chili asked worriedly. Finally, the cloud of blood mist recondensed. Han Guang was alarmed and furious to the extreme, shouting loudly, "Chase! What are you all in a daze for?" Chapter 2800 Secretly Killing. Chapter 2800 Secretly Killing. Translator, Atlas Studios, Chili, chase after. Kill them for me. Han Guang's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Dao. The current Han Guang, although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chili. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chili chased into the fog right away. But merely a short while later, he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared. Chili said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog. Once you discover their traces, kill without amnesty." This army was composed of 5,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chili also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. Us can't even set off any waves after spreading in. A blood race team was currently searching the fog due to that. Their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had passed. They did not find Yi Yuan, 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area. This squad was one of them. At the back of the team a ball of water quietly enveloped the three people who were talking just now, without making a sound. These three people were merely middle saint sovereign heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help. But they could not cry out in the water curtain at all at this time. A figure appeared. Yang Qing looked at these three people with a playful face and sudden ly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest fluctuation. But after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that blood race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body. That blood race member was directly wiped out by Yang Qing. At the same time, the two blood race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound. It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garrote these two. Yang Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "USNATC had my people again!" Yi Yuan made his shoes. HI plus ing hand gesture, signaling for Yang Qing to leave. The two figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing. Very soon, another squad said by them. When Yang Qing saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. They nearly got exposed. "You this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yang Qing and said lightly. Yang Qing was angered until his expression was livid, but there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. "Sniff, you're really a freak. Even killing people is faster than me." Chapter 2801. Breaking Through the Encirclement. Chapter 2801. Breaking Through the Encirclement. Zi Qing, the human blood that you got the last time was pretty good. Do you still have any? Share a little with me. Zi Cheng? MN? Zi Cheng? At the tail of the team, a Saint Sovereign Heaven was currently talking to the guy behind. But he talked for a long time, and the other party ignored him. Turning around to look, his hair could not help standing on end. He was gone. There were 10 people behind him. Why were they all gone silently? When did they disappear? Lord Zhaoming. Lord Zhaoming. Things are bad. Zi Cheng, they all are gone. That Saint Sovereign, he cried out in alarm. Lord Zhaoming was their 100-man team's captain. A grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. When Zhaoming turned around to look, sure enough, he discovered that 10 people were missing, and his hair also could not help standing on end. 10 people. They were gone without even setting off any waves. Where are they? Zhaoming said in a cold voice. That Saint Sovereign Heaven smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. We were still talking just now, but when I looked back, they were gone." Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "It must have been done by those guys. They hid in this fog and secretly killed us. No way, we can't go on searching like this. Otherwise we'll die out." Suddenly, Zhao Ming attacked abruptly, hitting into the void. Boom! 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 Very soon, there were 2 teams of 100 men each that felt this commotion and rushed over. "Where's the enemy? Where are they? Zhao Ming, what are you doing?" When the 2 captains came over and discovered that there were no enemies at all, they could not help feeling annoyed. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, "You guys quickly check. How many people are missing in your 100-man squad?" The 2 captains were taken aback and hurriedly checked their 100-man squads, and their faces could not help changing wildly. The 2 teams were missing 9 people when added up. The scariest thing was that they actually did not notice it at all. What's going on here? One of the captains said in shock. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, "It must be those guys who did it. We can't continue searching like this. Quickly inform everyone. Let's gather together." The other 2 captains nodded one after another. Very soon, the army was gathered together. Upon checking the numbers, more than 300 were missing. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. "Fu Hai? Where's Fu Hai? Also gone?" Suddenly, a blood race warrior shouted. A hint of strangeness showed on everyone's faces. The army was already gathered, and these few fellows were still stabbing them in the back. F***CK. We can't do this. Quickly go. Can't stay in this fog anymore. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice. Everyone was very much in agreement. Hence, the army of 5,000 withdrew out of the fog. Hearing the reports by Zhao Ming and the others, Han Guang's expression was incredibly dark. We might not necessarily have so many losses after experiencing a great battle too. These few humans, this commander will definitely kill them. Han Guang said furiously, adding in the 100-man squad that was lost previously. This blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven army already lost close to 500 people before even engaging in war. When their blood race fought with the Heaven One continent, as long as Emperor Realm powerhouses did not appear, it was very hard for 500 people to die too. One had to know this army was a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Even when facing a 5,000 strong human Saint Sovereign Heaven army, they completely crushed them too and absolutely would not suffer such heavy losses. The recovery ability of the blood race was extremely strong. The greater the battle, the harder it was for them to be killed. But who knew that after encountering 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, they actually had so many people being ambushed to death within a few short days? Han Guang's heart was dripping blood, but now he had already mounted the tiger and found it hard to dismount. He was seriously injured. It would be hard to recover for a while. It would be to no avail if he entered too. If he let Chili go in, he was afraid that Yi Yuan they all would directly run away. After all, Chili's divine sense was too weak and could not penetrate the fog too much as well. Unless Yi Yuan they all showed up around Chili, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan they all either. Lord Commander, what should we do now? Han Guang's gaze flickered, and he said, all of you go to the other side and block off this fog. Once they come out, kill without amnesty. The subordinate's expression changed, and he said, that way, we are at risk of exposure. Han Guang said in a solemn voice, who cares? Chili alone might not be able to stop them. If even one of them escapes, it will be fatal to us. Commander Luo Chuan will be arriving in 3 days. After he arrives, it will be the time of death for these guys. In the fog, Yangqing was as destination toot as snow. These guys are really dumb. Under Saint Exalt Azareski's slaughter, they don't even dare to enter the fog anymore. Yangqing showed off and said. No one paid attention to him. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, they seem to be waiting for someone here. This shows that this Saint Sovereign Heaven army isn't all of it. We can't wait anymore. Otherwise, not only will the news not be sent out, we'll have to die here too. Yi Yuan felt that the blood race probably still had even more true Sovereign Heaven experts that would be arriving one after another. No matter how weak Heaven One continent's human race was, it was also impossible for it to be conquered by 2 true Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, they must be waiting. How many days do you still have before you can recover? Yangqing asked. 3 days. 3 days later, on the coastline, the 4,000 over people blood race army were waiting in full battle array. Suddenly, several figures suddenly rushed out and charged right into the army. The moment Yi Yuan unleashed his universe, sword formation, he immediately slew more than 10 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The others killed frenziedly under his cover, especially Yangqing. When a spear rushed out, someone would definitely die. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Chili's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, how is this possible? This boy only used half a month to completely recover? However, he did not have time to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan 5 people's speed was too fast. They instantly formed an opening. The moment Chili's true Sovereign Heaven pressure emerged, he charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, and a Dao sword actually condensed in his hand. Chili's expression changed wildly, retreating ever faster than when he came. Because this sword of Yi Yuan's was already chopping down right at him. He knew perfectly well that this sword directly crippled Commander Han Guang. However, Yi Yuan suddenly grinned. The Dao sword in his hand directly disappeared without a trace. The terrifying pressure vanished right away. Scaring you. Goodbye. The 5 people turned into afterimages, flying straight for the continent. On the other side, the void trembled, and one figure after another stepped out of the void, focusing one's eyes and looking. There were actually more than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were shockingly all Saint Sovereign Heavens, and the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the forefront actually reached as many as 5 people. Commander Luo Chuan. Han Guang immediately bowed to one of them. Commander Luo Chuan was a grand completion, true Sovereign Heaven level super powerhouse. This 10,000-strong army was led precisely by him. When Luo Chuan saw Han Guang, his brows could not help furrowing slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's going on?" Han Guang hurriedly said. Several divergent cultivators suddenly appeared at sea. One of them actually condensed a terrifying Dao sword and damaged my foundation with one sword. Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" "Still in the fog. I've already ordered Chili to stop them at the coastline." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Useless Traz. H. Plus. Chapter 2802. Inciting Heavenly Punishment. Reporting Information. Chapter 2802. Inciting Heavenly Punishment. Reporting Information. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus one figure after another dashed out of the fog. Luo Chuan's eyes turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" The coastline was starkly empty. Where was there still a hint of any presence? Han Guang's pupils constricted, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Damn, and it. Those few punks must have broken through the encirclement." Traz. H. Plus Luo Chuan yelled loudly in shock and rage. How great a price did our blood race pay for this northern war situation? Even Hegemon Blood Sky acted personally. Now, it failed just a step away from success. Han Guang was in fear and trepidation, immediately kneeling down. How could he not know the severity of this matter? But how could he have known that a middle saint Sovereign Heaven could slash him with one sword move? This sort of thing was seriously too surprising. Ming Su, you lead the army to station here. This commander will go and chase after those humans. I hope that I can make it in time. Luo Chuan instructed and immediately disappeared. Yi Yuan 5 people killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, fleeing while fighting. Chili was fearful of Yi Yuan's Dao sword and did not dare to pursue alone. He could only order the army to chase him down together. But the closer they got to the continent, the greater the risk of being exposed. Right now, the blood race's setup had yet to be completed. Once detected by the northern powerhouses, the previous efforts would be wasted. Just based on them, these true Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens, it was naturally impossible to take down Heaven one continent. Wanting to gain a firm foothold in the north, the more important thing was still the cooperation of Emperor-level powerhouses and Hegemon-level powerhouses. Without them, any random human Emperor-level powerhouse that came could eradicate them. Still chasing? You keep chasing, and I'm really going to kill you. From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laugh. Chili's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you have the capabilities, try killing this commander." "Is that so? Then I'm coming." Done talking, Yi Yuan slashed a sword out backhandedly. Heaven and earth changed colors. The horrifying to the extreme aura made Chili's expression change wildly, his figure suddenly descending. But this sword did not land. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Hoo-hoo, still bluffing you." F***CK was another feint. Chili practically wanted to vomit blood. Along the way, Yi Yuan used this move to trick him 3 or 4 times already. Each time he saw that he was going to catch up, Yi Yuan would do it once. Yet he really had no choice. Once he got too close, this sword of Yi Yuan's could really take his life. Yi Yuan's sword heavily wounded Commander Han Guang with a chop. His strength was significantly worse than Han Guang's. He reckoned that even if he did not die, he would become crippled too. In the blood race, trash had no existence value. Chili had no choice and could only hang behind Yi Yuan like this, reducing their speed. He could only hope that Lord Luo Chuan could rush over as soon as possible and kill this vile SPAWN. This boy was too hateful. Still chasing? I'm already home. Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sure enough, extremely far away, the outline of a city already slowly appeared in his field of vision. During the chase, both parties already flew an extremely far distance. Along the way, there were naturally traces of human activities too. But Chili split off a portion of the army and immediately started sacring. It was for the sake of keeping the secret. Yi Yuan was completely clueless about Heaven One Continent. But the appearance of the blood race made him have some judgment. Most likely, Heaven One Continent situation was not optimistic. The blood race appeared behind the continent without a sound. It was likely an extremely important strategic intent. He came just at the right time and you imped into it. The most important mission now was to let the human powerhouses know. Otherwise, not only would he have to die, but Heaven One Continent would also probably fall completely into enemy hands. Mi Tian said before that the blood race was a very terrifying race. They would devour their opponent's blood and grow stronger the more they fought. Once they gain a firm foothold, even more powerful blood race powerhouses would appear. But right at this time, a shocking aura engulfed everything and swept over from a distance. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest changed wildly. This aura was far too strong. It was an existence that he could not possibly kill, even if he brought out the Dao sword. Chili naturally sensed it too, and said with a big laugh, "Boy, you probably can't go home anymore. Commander Luo Chuan is a grand completion, true sovereign heaven. You're dead for sure." The other party's speed was too fast. They did not have time to escape into the city at all, and would be caught up to. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, hold him back." Yang Qing's strength naturally could not compare to Chili. However, he was also strong enough. Delaying for a short while was still doable for him. However, this way, the 5 people immediately got caught in the army's encirclement. Yi Yuan completely ignored those blood race members, directly controlling the Dao sword to rise to the sky. Yi Yuan's Dao sword immediately became a giant sword, shooting straight to the sky. The saint sovereign heavens that approached Yi Yuan were directly obliterated by the sword energy exuding off of the Dao sword. Rumble as if sensing Yi Yuan's Dao sword, dark clouds immediately gathered overhead above the sky, lightning flash. I plus ing and thunder rumbling. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with the sword once again. Furthermore, along with the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, Heaven's might was several dozen times stronger than in the past. The sky within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was shrouded by this layer of dark cloud. At this moment, countless powerhouses were shocked. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. Far away, Luo Chuan's expression changed wildly, knowing that the plan this time had completely failed. On top of Northern View City's walls, several figures looked into the distance across the SPAC. Northern View City was the city closest to Yi Yuan. Song Miao was this Northern View City's city lord. A subordinate exclaimed, "City lord, which senior is this that's transcending their true, sovereign Dao tribulation? This power is so terrifying." He had seen before City Lord, His Excellency, transcending true, sovereign Tao tribulation before. It was merely nothing more than this. And City Lord, His Excellency, was an upper true, sovereign heaven mighty expert. But Song Miao's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "This isn't a true, sovereign Tao tribulation. This is heavenly punishment. The person transcending the tribulation is a divergent cultivator. However, why would someone be transcending their tribulation in that direction? There seems to be something odd about this matter." The subordinate also said with uncertainty, "Yeah, there are many humans and true spirits over there. It isn't some good place to transcend tribulation. Why would there be someone who chose to transcend their tribulation here? The place to transcend tribulation. Most people would choose a quiet and remote place. After all, transcending tribulation was having 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. If someone interfered, that would be certain death. Such a clamorous place was not suitable to transcend tribulation at all. Yet, someone was transcending tribulation. Furthermore, they caused an extremely huge commotion. This sovereign will go over and take a look. You all guard the city, and activate the city protecting Grand Array, and wait in full battle array." After he was done talking, Song Miao's figure swayed, and he headed for the place where the tribulation was being overcome. He was a true, sovereign heaven powerhouse. His speed was swift to the extreme. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. Blood race. There were actually a large group of blood race powerhouses in the center of the storm. The hallmark of the blood race was very obvious. Once they started to fight, blood energy would surge to the sky. It was very easy to identify. This place is the land of extreme north. Why would there be blood race members here? Could it be that they secretly opened up a spatial pas sageway and plan on invading heaven 1 continent through the sea? Song Miao guessed the general idea very soon. But this conjecture made him break out into a cold sweat due to fright. This news was seriously too important. Chapter 2803, The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Chapter 2803, The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Atlas Studios immediately send news back to Chaos Origin Sect. The blood race opened up a spatial channel. They are invading from the north. Song Miao's words reverberated across the sky, immediately transmitting back to Northern View City. This sentence immediately caused a huge shock. What? The blood race actually appeared in our land of extreme north too? How can that be? Opening up a spatial pas sageway, the blood race actually used this kind of shocking method. Is the peace of the north finally going to end? In Northern View City, it was already completely shocking when they found out. The blood race was the nightmare of the Heaven One continent. However, the northern lands were far away from the battlefield. It barely managed to be considered as peaceful. The appearance of the blood race was a tremendous blow to them. They knew that the originally peaceful northern lands would come into a savage battlefield. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus one powerful aura after another came from all directions. These auras were all true sovereign heaven. Brother Song, is it really the blood race? Someone stepped out of the void, looking at Song Miao as he said with a solemn expression. Song Miao nodded and said, "Absolutely true. That Tao friend deliberately called down heavenly punishment in order to deliver the message to us. He's being pursued by the blood race. Let's hurry up and save him." Beside Song Miao, one figure after another appeared. 8 true sovereign heavens actually appeared all at once. These true sovereign heavens were all powerhouses in the vicinity of Northern View City. They were originally attracted by Yi Yuan's heavenly punishment. When Song Miao roared, they immediately knew what was going on. Hearing Song Miao's order, they did not hesitate in the slightest, sweeping towards the center of the storm like lightning. On the other side, Luo Chuan also came howling while bringing in Estonies. H.I. Plusing aura. Both sides were at an explosive point. The Chili, who was currently chasing Yangqing, his expression turned ashen at this time too. He also realized that the surprise attack plan had completely failed. Their army was actually punched through by 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens. With Yi Yuan bringing along 4 people, not only did they kill their way out of the heavy encirclement, they even completely transmitted the news that the blood race came to attack back to the humans. Until now, Chili still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was akin to facing a great enemy, his eyes seemingly full of killing intent. D.A.M. it. You, punk, must die under the Tao tribulation. Chili gritted his teeth and said he did not dare to go and kill Yi Yuan. The power of this Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 7-9 Tao tribulation. The heavenly punishment that Yi Yuan called down was a 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation. It was a genuine, true, sovereign Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this was heavenly punishment, not Tao tribulation. The power of heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than Tao tribulation. One could say that this was the enhanced version of the 7-9 Tao tribulation. The current Yi Yuan, he also felt his scalp tingle. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment, this was completely a death-seeking action. But he had no choice. That true sovereign heaven was at grand completion. Even if he had the means to access the highest heavens, he would surely die without a doubt too. Fortunately, he sensed that the powerhouses from the human race there were here. D.A.M. and human brat, to dare ruin my blood race's shocking plan. I'll definitely kill you today. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Luo Chuan's angry roar resounded across the horizon. The blood race really paid a huge price for the sake of this plan. They invested a great deal of power in the south, restraining countless human powerhouses. It was for the sake of dealing a fatal blow in the back. But now, it failed on the eve of success. And everything was because of this human brat, a punk who was only middle saint sovereign heaven. Even if you're transcending tribulation, I'm going to kill you too. He was a grand completion, true sovereign heaven expert, his strength being immensely formidable. He did not fear the 7-9 Tao tribulation at all. And right at this time, the human true sovereign heaven powerhouses also just happened to arrive. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for bringing down heavenly punishment to send the message, saving the human race, saving heaven one continent. Song Miao said halfway and found that he could not continue anymore. Fellow Taoist, he discovered to his horror that the one who brought down the 7-9 Tao tribulation was shockingly just a middle saint sovereign heaven. F-U-C-K, a middle saint sovereign heaven called down a 7-9 Tao tribulation? Also, this densely packed blood race army. There were several thousand people. There were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses among them. How did this guy run over? Song Miao only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How did this kid do it? Although Yangqing's strength was very strong, Song Miao saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan was the backbone of these 5 people. It was because he called down the heavenly punishment. A middle saint sovereign heaven brought along 4 saint sovereign heavens, smashed through the defense of the blood race army, and sent a message to Northern View City. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was too freaking fake. Not just him. The true sovereign heaven powerhouses who dared to come were all inexplicably shocked. They all thought that it was a fellow Taoist. In the end, it was just a junior. What the H-E-L-L. The young ones are really to be feared. This boy is going to defy the heavens. 7-9 Tao tribulation. Can he overcome it? While in shock, the true sovereign heavens already clashed together with Luo Chuan. The imposing momentum was shocking. Luo Chuan fought 1-on-7, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. This Luo Chuan was too strong. As soon as Song Miao and the others clashed, they immediately felt tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, another person took over Yangqing and faced off against Chile. This true sovereign heaven was the weakest, being only lower true sovereign heaven. F asterisk King H. L. It was really too exciting with this guy. It was virtually certain death outcomes along the way. I didn't expect that your father could actually survive. Ha ha ha. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am indeed someone that heaven favors, and I will definitely dominate heaven one continent in the future. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Right at this time, the 7-9 Tao tribulation fell. 3 thick bolts of lightning fell together. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the Tao sword. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, already suffering serious injuries. The Tao tribulation this time was different from usual. With 3 bolts of 7-9 Tao tribulation arriving together, the tribulation's power was tripled. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was immediately severely damaged. He was repairing the Tao sword, but the Tao tribulation did not give him time to repair it at all. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had not been completely repaired when another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks grew even more on Yi Yuan's Tao sword. Yi Yuan's complexion became deathly pale. Heavenly punishment was indeed different from Tao tribulation. Hey, Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die, right? This Tao tribulation is unusual. Yang Qing jinxed. When Song Miao and the rest who were fighting fiercely with Luo Chuan felt the power of the Tao tribulation, each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. Just how monstrous was this kid to actually provoke heavenly Tao until it wanted to eradicate him this much? That Tao sword was so strong. Ha ha ha. Watching you get smote to death by Tao tribulation. This commander is satisfied. Luo Chuan let out a loud laugh when he saw this scene. He did not take these human true sovereign heavens seriously at all. However, he knew that he could not stay here for too long. The human race's powerhouses were currently gathering toward Northern View City. Once an Emperor-level powerhouse came, he would die without a burial ground. But before this, he was still very happy to watch Yi Yuan get smote to death by heavenly punishment. This punk ruined the blood race's grand matter. He deserved to die. Bang, bang, bang. Tao tribulation fell down repeatedly. Yi Yuan was directly slammed until he was sprawled on the ground. Finally, it was another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 2804, Grim Situation. Chapter 2804, Grim Situation. Atlas Studios dead. Dead. This guy is going to be killed by heavenly punishment for reporting information to us. Sigh. Song Miao secretly sighed in his heart. 7-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Furthermore, it was 3 times the 7-9 Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan already could not hold on anymore. Luo Chuan laughed loudly and said, "You absolutely can't withstand this round of Tao tribulation. Dying under Tao tribulation. You're getting off cheap, brat." Ha ha ha. It could be said that he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The implications of this reporting were too big. Now, for Yi Yuan to be able to die under Tao tribulation, he was naturally incomparably invigoration. While talking, another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell together, and Yi Yuan could no longer condense the Tao sword. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came straight out of his body. Then the bow bent, and the arrow was notched. Arrow of G-O-D extermination. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation swept up an extremely powerful fluctuation along with the arrow of G-O-D extermination. 3 arrow of G-O-D extermination released directly class. H-I plussing together with the 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying undulation directly blew all the surrounding Saint sovereign heavens flying. There were even those who did not have time to run away and were directly obliterated by this impact. Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was too terrifying. They could not get close at all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity also immediately dimmed a lot. Luo Chuan's expression could not help changing. This kid was actually still not dead. The origin divinity attack just now was so formidable. Hoo, your esteemed self has been let down. This young friend's stubbornness is admirable. Song Miao said with a laugh. The current Yi Yuan was seriously injured, but his essence, energy, and spirit were getting stronger and stronger. This was a divergent cultivator. Even when facing heavenly Tao, one would not cow or submit either. It was just that what Yi Yuan did seemed to be even more thorough and purer than others. The Tao tribulations came very fast, as if extremely furious at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot 10 rounds of arrow of G. De-extermination in a row. His origin divinity already dimmed to the extreme, as if it might dissipate at any time. But he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. His origin divinity turning dim. Yi Yuan withdrew his origin divinity, and his entire person turned into an azure dragon, Russ. Plussing straight to the sky. All the way until now, his aura had not shrunk back in the slightest. Tao sword is gone. I'll use origin divinity. Origin divinity is weakened. I'll use my physical body. Wanna make me? Yi Yuan, back down, there's no chance. Bang, bang, bang. The azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was directly blasted down. But Yi Yuan got up immediately and flew toward the Tao tribulation again. He was slammed down over and over again, and he rose into the air again and again. All of the powerhouses present were visibly moved. Luo Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He felt Yi Yuan's unyielding spirit. Even heavenly Tao was unable to shake it. This kind of shocking will was something that he rarely saw in his life. He knew that this heavenly punishment could not eradicate Yi Yuan anymore. It was also at this time that one powerful aura after another came from all directions again. These were the other city's powerhouses that rushed to the rescue. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued staying, he would not be able to leave. This boy will definitely be my blood race's formidable enemy in the future. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him this time. Luo Chuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, light shone brilliantly on his body, and he smashed a punch onto the void. 7 true sovereign heaven powerhouses were immediately sent flying. Retreat! Under Luo Chuan's word of command, the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army immediately retreated, and Yi Yuan was still stubbornly resisting the Tao tribulation. When Yi Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on a comfortable bed. The sunlight seeping in from outside was a little blinding. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart, being weak to the extreme. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment this time could be said to be having narrowly escaped death. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly tribulation was different from Tao tribulation. When he transcended the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan already reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could be said to be well prepared. But taking the initiative to bring down heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had not reached his peak state within this realm. Coupled with the power of the heavenly punishment itself, it was a miracle in itself that Yi Yuan could survive. You're awake. A gentle voice sounded out. Only then did Yi Yuan realize that there was someone in the room. This was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar, looking very gentle. Yi Yuan remembered him. He was precisely the first person who rushed over to save me. It was also City, Lord Song Miao. Senior, Yi Yuan struggled to sit up. Song Miao bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "This song gives thanks to little brother's grace of reporting the news on behalf of Northern View City's 1 million martial artists." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mustn't." Song Miao got up and said with a smile, "This bow, little brother must accept it." You might not know what this heavenly punishment that you call down means to heaven, one continent. Yi Yuan actually had an idea in his heart. The blood race was hidden in the fog. They must be plotting something big. But just how big, Yi Yuan was not clear. Hearing Song Miao's meaning, it was likely really very dangerous this time. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Senior is injured?" Song Miao gave Yi Yuan a glance, rather surprisedly, and said with a smile, "It's fine." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "With blood beads entering the body, it will fuse into Senior's blood and destroy your bodily functions. Normally, you can suppress it, but once you fight with people, this blood bead can kill you at any time." This time, Song Miao was really shocked. This guy actually saw through his own physical condition with one glance. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The blood race's blood bead is incurable. Compared to the few fellow Taoists who died, this Song is already very lucky." Yi Yuan said in surprise. The news had already been brought out. Could it be that you all still can't deal with the blood race? Song Miao shook his head and said, "This half a month we fought 3 fierce battles with the blood race, suffering heavy losses. Among the fellow Taoists who saved you together on that day, 3 fell. The other 5 are all injured." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that it was actually this result. The blood race was actually so powerful. He had the strength to crush those in the same rank, but it did not mean that everyone had. An unkillable opponent really had no solutions. The mere 5 of you were actually able to kill your way out of the blood race army's encirclement. It's simply a miracle. Song Miao sighed with admiration. Back then, when he saw that Yi Yuan was only Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was really stunned. With this bit of strength, how did they kill their way out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just what's the situation in Heaven One Continent?" Song Miao already knew that Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, were just from a wild continent and were not clear about Heaven One Continent's situation. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were even harder to come across. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, has 3 main continents: Heaven One Continent, Thundercry Continent, and Lasting Wind Continent. These 3 main continents occupy a vast area, facing each other across the sea. But now, Thundercry Continent and Lasting Wind Continent have all already become the blood race's territory. The various races' powerhouses of the 2 continents have all become slaves of the blood race. Heaven One Continent is Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's soul, remaining mellow fruit. The powerhouses of the other 2 continents have also retreated to defend Heaven One Continent one after another. In fact, close to 1/3 of the present Heaven One Continent has already fallen into enemy hands too. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard this. He knew that Heaven One Continent's situation was grim, but he also did not think that it was so severe. Chapter 2805, Bloodline Upgrade. Chapter 2805, Bloodline Upgrade. Atlas Studios, in order to resist the blood race, 32 Hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces and built the absolute heaven barrier, only then barely managing to resist the blood race. But the vicinity of the absolute heaven barrier became a meat grinder. Countless powerhouses have died there. This battle is 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, the absolute heaven barrier was breached many times, but we forcefully fought back again and again. Within 1,000 years, 7 of our Hegemon realm powerhouses died in battle. The Emperor realm powerhouses who fell reached 3 figures, but we finally managed to fend off. But no one could have thought that the blood race actually opened up a spatial pass, Sageway, and launched a surprise attack from the north. If not for you risking your life to report the information this time, our northern cities would definitely have fallen on all fronts. At that time, Heaven One Continent would be completely occupied by the enemy. Song Miao was laden with anxieties, clearly being very worried about the present situation. One could tell that the blood race appearing in the rear this time also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. Until now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan also did not think that this end of the sea would actually be in such a situation. He heard Mi Tian say before, wherever the blood race went, it was akin to locusts crossing the border, having not a blade of GRASS surviving. They lived by feeding on the blood of all races across all the heavens, growing stronger the more they fought. Furthermore, their propagation was also different from other races. They were like spore organisms, splitting off directly from the main body, with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Furthermore, the stronger the main body, the stronger the bloodkin that split off too. They sucked blood continuously, growing stronger continuously, multiplying continuously, and expanding continuously. Until later, once they scaled up, the race would become extremely terrifying. Grand, bright jade, complete heaven's current situation was precisely this sort of situation. More than 100,000 years ago, the hegemon realm powerhouses across all the heavens joined forces to exterminate the blood race and had once wiped out the blood race. But Mi Tian also never expected that after more than 100,000 years, the blood race actually rose again from the ashes. Furthermore, they even displayed the force of a prairie fire. The grand, bright jade, complete heaven was actually only left with less than a third. No idea what kind of situation the other 32 heavens were either. Of course, that was too far away for Yi Yuan. If heaven one continent were to fall, Yi Yuan himself would likely not be able to escape death too. Senior, is the current situation on the northern front not optimistic? Yi Yuan said. Song Miao shook his head and said, the blood race sent out more than 10 emperor-level powerhouses and a 20,000-strong Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Although we're prepared, the other party's strength is too strong, defending the spatial Pa-S, Sageway, desperately. We fought 3BL-Y battles with them and didn't gain any advantage either. Instead, we suffered heavy casualty. Currently, the spatial Pa-S, Sageway hasn't completely stabilized yet. The blood race's hegemon realm powerhouses are not able to Pa-S through. But as long as the spatial channel is there, they can continue to send powerhouses over ceaselessly. Once the spatial Pa-S, Sageway is stabilized and they send hegemon realm powerhouses over, we probably won't be able to defend. Yi Yuan smiled and said there's no harm. This Yi still has this bit of confidence. Song Miao frowned and said, little brother, you came from outside. You might not know the terror of the blood race. Even hegemon realm powerhouses will find it difficult to resist the corrosion of blood energy too. I know that you have battle spirit level chaos true spirit bloodline, but it's still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. A surge of bloodline power flowed out. Song Miao's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, battle soul level. Your bloodline power broke through? During the heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had displayed the battle spirit level chaos bloodline before. So, Song Miao had an idea in his heart. Chaos true spirits were born from chaos. Their bloodline was extremely obli. The blood energy of the blood race could corrupt all races across all the heavens, but could not corrupt chaos true spirit bloodline. Of course, this was limited to. Song Miao was injured by a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His battle spirit level bloodline was unable to withstand the corruption of a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. Chaos true spirit bloodline was divided into 5 level: battle spirit level, battle soul level, battle God level, earth Kuan level, and heaven Qian level. Heaven Qian level bloodline powerhouses were virtually all hegemon realm. It was not up to Song Miao to not be surprised because the advancement of chaos true spirit bloodline was extremely difficult. In reality, the vast majority of chaos true spirit bloodline was innate and determined by talent. Wanting to take the initiative to improve it was virtually impossible. But After Yi Yuan experienced the heavenly punishment, he actually directly raised his bloodline by a level. It was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heavenly punishment is a crisis and also an opportunity. As a divergent cultivator, each Tao tribulation is a life and death trial for this Yi. Since I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, then I naturally have to obtain some benefits." Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "While that might be the case, how can the improvement of Chaos True Spirit bloodline be accomplished so easily? Young friend, Yi is really too surprising. Back then, when I saw the heavenly punishment, I even thought which true sovereign heaven Tao friend it was. Didn't expect that it was actually a middle saint sovereign heaven. Simply unbelievable." Yi Yuan's words were right, but there had been plenty of people who had overcome tribulations. If it were so easy, then Heaven One continent would not have fallen so far as to be nearly occupied by the enemy. Hence, Yi Yuan started to diagnose Song Miao. When his divine essence entered the body, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong corruption force. This corruption force virtually wanted to corrupt Yi Yuan's divine essence completely. It even wanted to invade into his body by following Yi Yuan's divine essence. But very soon, Yi Yuan's battle soul level bloodline power erupted, immediately suppressing this corruption power. Chapter 2806 Doubt. Chapter 2806 Doubt Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his Bli bloodline allowed no provocation. Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline, not one of. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Very complicated. The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. It could not be purged at all. Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too. This kind of fusion was a unified and one tie. It could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, "This song appreciates younger brother Ye's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed." Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, "Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood, such as yourself, shouldn't be in the minority, right?" Song Miao nodded and said, "The northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have partic. 1P aided in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided." Yi Yuan said, "I'll go take a look." Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out. Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed. This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by Grade 5, Grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even Grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too. But it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it. Unless the inflicted person died, otherwise there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured. Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him, but said to Song Miao, "Senior, I want to take a look at a few more." Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. Zhao Qin was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision. "Brat, who hungers for fame and reputation, how ignorant! A country bee. You, kin who came from overseas, do you really think that alchemy Tao is so easy?" Zhao Qin said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison. Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Qin, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse. You, a measly little middle saint sovereign heaven. You're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet you're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist. However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either and said, Oh, what's the problem? He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger. The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished. Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless, but once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for heaven one continent this side to crumble. It was just that body seemed to be able to take this in. The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit. This is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem. Zhao Chen was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments. Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory. Hoo-hoo, having half-baked knowledge, but showing off. Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem. But now, you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect's suppression method. Who gave you the courage? Just as they were talking, Dao Qin heard about this from Ji. Oh, D knows where, and swaggered in. Dao Qin looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain. He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. But in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method? Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Dao Chun came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan, and said disdainfully, You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment? Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao, also wants to talk big to impress people? Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up? What malicious motives? Yi Yuan sized Dao Chin up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly. He knew that Li Changsheng was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon-level holy land, a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside bee, Mkin also dares to question a hegemon-level holy land, really ignorant. Hoo-hoo, this kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade complete heaven unobstructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This kid really ate the wrong medicine to actually dare question them. The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both party statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that Yi Yuan rendered great contributions, but this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too? Yi Yuan looked toward Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, Young friend, Yi has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect's strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem. Dao Chen laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Heard that, kid? In heaven, one continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy. Questioning us? Ignorant. Bulls. HI plus T. If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. These people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi. What a bunch of fools. Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over. He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him, and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan, and immediately could not continue listening anymore. In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent god. Especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right. My big brother Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jingfei also said. The moment Dao Chen heard, he could not help sneering as he said, A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well ignorant. Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, All right, no need to say any more. Let's go. As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Chen was pleased with himself as he said, Just this bit of capability, and he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song, these few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm afraid that they harbor ulterior motives. Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak. No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing personality, he disliked it. Dao Chen said, Hoo-hoo, ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial PAS, Sageway. This matter is the most important thing. To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chen, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence, was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood races, spatial PAS, Sageway was the most important. Saint Sovereign nodded and said, Younger brother Dao Chen, rest assured. The Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage. Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them. Could it be that you're letting it go just like that? Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, To them, we're outsiders. Heaven One continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon level holy land. To them, we're merely ants. If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sites at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Chen they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue. Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were. They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, they will suffer a loss. Jingfei said with a laugh. Yi Yuan frowned and said, There's going to be a great battle tomorrow? Big Yellow nodded and said, Heaven One continent, this side has already Asu. Mulat an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial Pa-S, Sageway tomorrow. Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, "From a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sex method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sex method to cause a large-scale collapse." When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Chen and the other get deflated. But if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the Northern Front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Ye's suggestion in at all. "What can we do?" Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, "There's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time." The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud, Heaven Powerhouse, Yuming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion. However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead. But the third level, the battles below Emperor Realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Saint Sovereign Heaven and True Sovereign Heaven, this level of battle. They would often kill down to the last soldier. And this battle for the spatial Pa-S, Sageway, was clearly a fight to the death. Neither could back down. Brothers, this battle concerns the life and death of all races on Heaven One continent. Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday. Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed. Are you all ready?" Yu Ming said in a loud voice, "To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent." The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off. Under Yu Ming's word of command 4, the 50,000-strong army set off. Above the sea, a black, hole-like spatial Pa-S, Sageway, was currently giving off light. The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial Pa-S, Sageway. This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The 2 armies clashed head-on together, just like that. Kill! 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 The 2 armies met in close quarters. Chapter 2808, Reversal. Chapter 2808, Reversal. Logically speaking, Heaven One army's numbers were 2, 5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage. But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans. The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a cruise. HI plus Ing-style battle. The same attacks Heaven One powerhouses would die immediately, but the Bloodkins could revive. Therefore, the blood race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more. The blood race's emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial Pa-S, Sageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven One powerhouses. In this battle, either you die or I perish. H. Plus ha ha ha. You lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood. Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven One's side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood Dog die! Dao Chun shouted fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sect's disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank. Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race. Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin. The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sect's treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power, when exerted at this time, virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him. They had received the extreme medicine sect's treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak. Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhongyu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhongyu. However, he was struck by Zhongyu's palm and corrupted by Zhongyu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhongyu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven One Continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power. If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished. Just the likes of you? You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. Zhongyu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both party strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed. His entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhongyu naturally would not let this chance go and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Zhongyu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out. Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling. He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhongyu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha! You really scared me badly just now. I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die." DAM and it turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sex suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death. Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people in order to win more attention. This type of people, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Swizz. Plus Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhongyu head-on at all. And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. Arg, I'm not resigned to this. Injecting true spirit bloodline. This is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged. So what that Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, They felt incomparably, bitterly remorseful. Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore. In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide. The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be? How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems. Dao Qin panicked. How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline? But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Turns out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide. The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their backs. When Yi Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily, it's still not too late. Each of you find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Hee, Big Brother Yi Yuan's secret weapon. I really want to see just how formidable it is. Jingfei said with a laugh. The 4 people did not talk nonsense, either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus 1 sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. Uft! A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive. He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles. This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. 1 sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yi Yuan 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen over breaths of time, Yi Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death. Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Chapter 2809 Apology. Chapter 2809 Apology. It's actually Yi Yuan they all. What powerful arrows to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival. How did he do it? The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war. Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. Sigh, we really had eyes but couldn't see. Turns out that what he said was all true. When Heaven One army saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it. They guessed that this might very likely be because Yi Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance. Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One continent and the blood race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the blood race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified. A few people dying was irrelevant to the blood race, but this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens obstructed was actually being restrained. If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. Previously, Yi Yuan breaking through the defense of life and sending news back to the Heaven One continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhong Yu, Zhu Hai, Qin Si, the three of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live. Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhong Yu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yi Yuan. 3 great true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yi Yuan at the same time. The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhong Yu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat! Yi Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing 3 great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave the blood race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. However, it was nothing more than that. It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now. The battle to destroy the spatial Pa-S. Sageway this time, the Heaven One army had clearly already lost. Lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood. Yi Yuan warned them previously, but body took it seriously and only treated it as Yi Yuan talking big to impress people. In the end, they burned themselves. The thing that Yi Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade, 5 heavenly medicines, and named Blood Suppression Morning Sunday. The hardest thing to come by in this blood suppression morning sun was not these 81 types of grade, 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was common knowledge that as long as the blood race had 1 drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible, because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yi Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve. When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the blood race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao. It could suppress all things. The blood race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword. But even so, Yi Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yi Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too. These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yi Yuan's refinement. Yi Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows. Yi Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster, not waiting for the 3 great, true, sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement. He already made his getaway. This great battle actually ended just like that in the end. Of course, the Heaven One army suffered massive losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy. And this was still under the situation where Yi Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race. If not for Yi Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe. Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale. At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards this side. Song Mia's face revealed a look of great joy. Yi Yuan returned safely. Seeing Song Miao, Yi Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city. Senior Song, why are you here? Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying, Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed Brother Yi wrongly, and also caused this great battle's defeat. This song apologizes to you in front of everybody today. Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city. An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City Lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what city Lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yi Yuan to return, to kneel down and apologize to him, while those people who ridiculed Yi Yuan before all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then. Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Qin, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yi Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat. Yi Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time. This person had a great breadth of mind. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Ye's savior. This is killing Yi. Song Miao said ashamedly, If back then this song gave Brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. He knew that when Yi Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yi Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal body would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yi Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time. Song Miao said, This song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But if I don't apologize to you, even if this song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes. Yi Yuan said, Does Senior Song trust me? Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously. Yi Yuan said, This blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure.